You know, sometimes I think about who I'd be today if I'd never had the experiences that would influence me the most. And I feel like that's a thought that we've all had at some point or another. Whether it be a favorite TV show, movie, song, book, or whatever, we've all had things in our lives that would shape who we would eventually become. As for me, I've had a couple things, but the most influential would have to be a certain 7th generation video game console. The Nintendo Wii. Released back in November of 2006, it was the successor to Nintendo's struggling GameCube. It used motion controls, and unlike the GameCube, it would take the world by storm, selling 101 million units by the time it was discontinued in 2013, making it the best-selling Nintendo home console until the Switch would eventually surpass it. Yeah, the Wii had its problems. It was underpowered compared to its competition, it didn't output HD graphics, its online wasn't great, and it was flooded with shovelware. But when you take a really good look at it, seeing past all of its flaws, you can see a truly wonderful game console. One that wasn't just for gamers, it was for everyone. This right here is a Nintendo Wii, specifically my childhood Wii. I have a lot of memories attached to this thing. It's not just some ordinary object to me. This is sacred. Countless hours of little me's life were spent waggling this white rod of pure TV kryptonite, all while forming countless fond memories in the process. And today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into said memories, a complete, comprehensive history of my life with the Nintendo Wii. But first, a prologue. Our story begins one day in mid-2008, when I was 4 years old. My family had a badminton net set up in the backyard. My older brother had a friend over, and they were gonna play some badminton. You know, outside. Because that's obviously normal. Now, little inside fact about me. I love badminton. It's up there with bowling as one of my favorite sports. And while I wouldn't start really liking it until I got a bit older, I can definitely say I was at least interested in it back in 2008. I know this because I wanted to play with my brother and his friend, but for reasons I do not remember, they wouldn't let me. I guess it was just big brothers doing what big brothers do best. Be assholes to their 4-year-old brothers. Luckily, I had my own line of defense against this. It's a tactic known as crying. A lot. I go back into the house, completely dejected, and my parents are trying to console me. But one of my mom's friends was over while this was all happening, and she asked me a single question that would forever change my life. Do you want to play Wii? In a matter of like 1 second, my tears are replaced with utter confusion, and I can't really blame myself because, like, come on. Wii? Wii. What is that, some kind of slur? So I respond candidly. I ask, what's Wii? Little did 4-year-old me know, I was about to learn exactly what Wii is. Yeah, she brought over her Wii, this unassuming white box propped up with a gray stand along with this thing. Okay, so now I know what this Wii looks like, but that's half the battle. What experience awaits me on the other side of that red light when it turns to green? Where do we start? And that's exactly where it started. To put it simply, we played Wii Sports and I was fucking mesmerized. Like, this had to be what dreams were made out of. I mean, look at this thing, so fancy and futuristic. It's got all these buttons and holy hell, is that a speaker? And you mean to tell me that I can control whatever is happening in the game by simply moving this Wii remote around? And that we can also further expand its capabilities by inserting the nunchuck extension controller? This is how video games were meant to be played. Now, this wasn't my first time playing a game console. I already had a DS at this point and I played on my dad's PlayStation 2. Specifically games like ATV Off-Road Fury 2. And if you've ever played this game, you deserve a veteran's discount. But I digress. Simply put, this wasn't my first rodeo, but holy hell, this Wii thing really blew me away. And I'm pretty sure my brother eventually came inside and joined us too. It was an absolute blast. Now, of course, this wasn't our Wii, and my mom's friend eventually had to go back home and she took the console with her. But that first time experiencing the Wii, that free trial, that first slice, it sold me on it. And I think my parents definitely noticed how much fun we all had and figured, hey, why not get one for ourselves? So them, along with my grandparents, decided to come together and each split money on a Nintendo Wii that my brother and I would receive on Christmas of 2008. And let me tell you, the experience of getting a Wii on Christmas morning, especially around the time it was relevant, it felt different than a lot of other consoles. It's definitely because of how accessible it was for families. Again, anybody could play the Wii. And along with the copy of Wii Sports that came bundled with every system, you were in for a fantastic Christmas morning. I remember my brother and I just ripping open the present and seeing the Wii box and just being like, "Oh my God!" And after we were done with gifts, you knew exactly what we were all up to. 2 trays worth of all the necessary components for God's ultimate gift to humanity. Now properly assembled and sitting next to our living room TV, we turned it on, set it up, and were greeted with the Wii menu. The Wii menu needs no introduction. If you've played the Wii at any point, you're definitely familiar with this. I loved the whole channels concept and how the banners and icons had fun little animations that would play. It just gave them so much personality. All of this coupled with the nice, relaxing menu music made for a truly memorable atmosphere. In addition to the channels, we have the Wii message board where you were able to send and receive messages from friends. But that's not all it's good for. Your playtime is tracked here, and some games can send celebratory messages for completing certain milestones. It's cool shit, but we'll talk more about it later because the first thing we did after setting this thing up was start up a little something called the Me channel. This was absolutely incredible, like, holy shit, we can make little Wii caricatures of ourselves? Mii's quickly became one of my favorite aspects about the Wii. These eyes in particular became known as the Jamie eyes in my family. But my Mii making for like the next 6 months or so generally consisted of starting from scratch, picking a gender, selecting random options, going apeshit on the keyboard, and then boom! Mii made. Like, who can forget such classic Miis like Urate123455G or Moitugte? How about Fadufduft? Don't act like you've never heard of Jifame. Like, look, his name is in all caps. The dude is practically screaming his name out to the world. No goddamn way. Is that fucking Ugtut? You know, this guy looks awfully familiar for some reason. I can't quite put my finger on it. Something about, like, laughing, joking numbnuts? I don't know.
What's your duck?
But none of these Miis can compare to Turkey, as well as several variations of myself. Yeah, another weird thing I did was that I would make multiple different versions of me. Like here I was emo for a little bit, and at one point I had a stubble, like, you know, most 5-year-olds do. I remember one of them, like the only difference was that he had these eyes instead of the Jamie eyes. I don't know, I guess I just thought they looked cool. At this point, you're probably asking as to why I didn't just edit my already existing me, and you know, that is a great question. Why don't we go back in time and ask Captain Shortbus over here? Okay, that was just mean, I'm sorry. Luckily, in the coming months, I'd make more Miis with, you know, actual purpose. One thing I remember specifically is trying to make Miis I'd see in different YouTube videos I'd watch. And I mean, like, if the uploader's Mii was there, well, he's going on my fucking Wii. And also my brother and I would make a few Miis together. We'd be on the family computer with MiiCharacters.com or a Mii tutorial video open, and after every step, we'd pause the video, walk to the living room where the Wii was, do that step, go back to the computer, unpause the video, repeat. And so we had Darth Vader, Donkey Kong, Mr. Bean, the Joker, among others. But after we made our first Miis, it was time to boot up Wii Sports. Genuinely such an amazing game. Like, who knew that a tech demo of 5 sports would make such a great introduction to the Wii's motion controls? Starting off with tennis, very simple gameplay wise, but still very fun to play. You gotta love the feeling of doing a fast serve. It catches your opponent off guard, shows them the true meaning of fear. I love trying to get the ball into those weird corridor thingies. I don't know what they're called, man. And what kid armed with Wii Sports didn't do this?
Teen Love.
Baseball is fun too, although it doesn't have the amount of depth you'd probably expect from it. It's still a damn good time. Getting a home run or even an out of the park is just a great feeling. But I don't really like being the pitcher that much.
Like, swing the goddamn bat, you moron!
You're out. That's the game.
And then we have this game's magnum opus. Bowling just felt right on the Wii. Seeing the pins go down as well as hearing that
Nice throw! Nice throw! Nice throw! Nice spare! Nice spare! Nice spare!
One oddly specific thing I liked as well was seeing how many pins would go into the pit, or seeing pins roll into it. And of course, you know I dicked around too. I think we all know what happens when you roll the ball behind you. All the Miis do is spin, jump, and sheer panic. But I also like to roll the ball in the lane next to mine. I always wondered if you could actually hit the pins. But besides that, I'ma just say I wasn't too bad at Wii bowling for a 4-year-old. Like, it was really cool to hit that pro status and get that star-spangled bowling ball. I mean, there was that one time where I didn't wear the wrist strap and broke the TV because I threw the Wii remote. But because I used to swing pretty damn fast back then, not only did the TV break, but it also tipped and fell onto the floor in front of me. From that day on, my dad practically demanded that I wear the wrist strap. And of course, I can't not say how much I loved seeing the CPU Miis bowling in the lanes next to me. It gave it all a sense of life. They're a great aspect about all the Wii series games.
And no, it's not just because of Matt!
Matt is great, but come on, where are my Kentaro fans at? Real talk though, nowadays I can kind of see a connection between these Miis and the Wii's overall goals. I mean, they're all so unique from one another. It showed how the Wii had everyone in mind, regardless of age, race, gender, or what have you. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it, but that's just kind of the way I see it. Golf, a lot more slower paced, obviously, I mean it is golf, but the most memorable thing about it for me personally are some of the courses here, specifically all of these. Now of course I didn't know that they were all just NES golf courses, but still, it's pretty fun. Boxing, the only sport to require the nunchuck. Beat people up at your leisure. I love how it goes slow motion for a few seconds when you dodge a punch, the sound effects that play when you land punches, and holy shit, dude, that dude's neck is snapped. Look at that replay, like holy hell, is he alright? God damn. They don't call me the Paralyzer for nothing. We cannot forget about the training minigames, and with me being me, you know damn well I played the bowling ones any chance I got. Spin control is probably my favorite. I think for a while I wasn't able to get past this stage, but eventually I did, and I got pretty damn good. I'd end up clearing it more times than I could count. Power throws is a close second, and words couldn't describe my amazement when probably months later, I watched a YouTube video of that trick you can pull in the last shot. Like, how is that possible? We have tennis target practice, which now that I think about it, it's kind of like squash or racquetball, just here the wall is breakable, which is always fun. Hitting home runs, timing your swing, picking up spares, dodging, putting, swing control, all so good. I really liked golf target practice, where you got these two huge targets that you gotta hit balls onto. Come on.
Yes! I am the fucking greatest!
As well as working the bag, the Paralyzer just cannot be stopped. His wrath will forever be known and feared by all punching bags. But then there's Wii Fitness. It basically throws 3 random training activities at you to determine your Wii Fitness age. Whatever the fuck that means. That's a good score, right? And you can only do it once a day. If you try to do it again, the game just tells you to go fuck yourself. But hey, at least it sends the results of every test to the Wii message board after you're done. Here's the first one I ever did, on the very same Christmas we got the Wii, no less. Speaking of that Christmas, we didn't just get the Wii, no, there was more. We also got a copy of Wii Play, a collection of 9 minigames that showed off the Wii Remote's pointer. People like to hate on this game, and yeah, I get it, there's not a lot of depth and the minigames are super simple. It's a set of tech demos for a feature that's functionally just a mouse, not to mention the fact that the reason why most people bought it was because it came bundled with a Wii Remote. But I will always be in its defense. I love this game dearly. I mean, look at this. Become a Wii Remote master? Could that be my calling in life? To become a Wii Remote Master? I mean, I already love Wii Sports, and I am quite liking this Wii Remote thing, so let's find out! Oh man, dude, that title screen, man. It is amazing. That music is top-notch. Also, look at all these circles. They were a pretty big part of the Wii's brand identity. Generally, they were blue and gray, but here they're green and orange. And look at this absolute beauty of a selection menu. I love the way the icons kind of hover around. I love assaulting my Mii and seeing the other Miis walking in the background, sometimes defying gravity. I used to wonder where they were going, like is either side of the screen a gateway to the green, gray, and orange dimension? Luckily, with the free look feature on Dolphin, I can finally find out! Oh shit, he fell asleep. Well, as much as I'd like to not bother him, we only have so much time. So wake up, asshole! The world needs to hear about shooting range. It's Duck Hunt. It's literally just Duck Hunt. But it's Duck Hunt with different levels, where you're shooting at different shit like balloons, targets, frisbees, cans with the Wii logo on them. Got canned Wii in my heels tonight. While you're shooting at all these things, ducks will occasionally fly in and you can shoot them for an additional 10 points. And most importantly, we got the aliens that try to abduct your clones for the final stage. And I am ashamed to admit that I still can't save all of them. One thing I am not ashamed to admit, however, is the fact that Find Me is quite possibly one of humanity's greatest achievements. And I probably just angered the great majority of humanity with that sentence. I don't know, I feel like Find Me gets so much hate, even from people who like Wii Play, and yes, I know, it's just Where's Waldo, and it's basic as hell. But you know what else is basic as hell? Almost every other game in this collection. But I don't see laser hockey getting nearly as much flack, so just hear me out. I guess a big part as to why I liked Find Me so much was right there in the name. There's Mii's in it. I was a big sucker for that kind of shit. They're all in a variety of different settings too, like they'll be watching tennis, swimming, on escalators, floating in space, lurking in the shadows, or just standing in the middle of the road. And let me tell you, I had a thing for that road texture. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Unfortunately, in the beginning, I was rarely able to get past level 6 because, I'm 4. What the fuck is an odd one out? So I just end up selecting random Miis and sometimes getting the right ones through sheer luck. To which I then go, oh god, okay, I guess I'll keep going until I get a game over so then I can struggle through this yet again. Regardless, I still really enjoyed Find Me, and of course, I understand why a lot of people dislike it. I don't expect Find Me to win Game of the Year, more so just nominated at the very least. In table tennis, you have to keep a rally going for as long as possible. I liked how with every 10 rallies, the music ramps up for a few seconds and another Mii comes in to watch you play. And then after a while, it's a whole crowd watching you. And if you play with a friend, you can do an actual match. Pose Me. Oh, Pose Me. Such a dynamic experience, not really in terms of gameplay, more so in how the background changes to random shit each level. Like, whoa, take a look at these birds! It's really, really simple, just change your pose to fit the bubbles and don't let them reach the bottom, but I still enjoyed it. Same goes to laser hockey, which is basically just a glorified, lasery version of Pong, so not really a whole lot to say. I do like the music, and the CPU gets tougher as you score. It's almost like he was going easy on me at first, and now he's showing me the level of destruction he's truly capable of. Oh, and if you hold A during the countdown, you get circular paddles. They kind of remind me of ones you'd find on an air hockey table. Can't go wrong with a good game of billiards. Just aim for the nose, hit the nose, and whoops, that's gotta hurt. This right here is one of the only minigames in Wii Play to actually utilize the Wii Remote beyond its pointer. It's a nice and relaxing game. The music, checkered floor, and the city lights in the background are all really nice. Just make sure not to sink the cue ball. Oh, wait a minute. Holy shit. I forgot I used to do that. Alright, let me try it again. I'd love to see someone try to speedrun this, overhead percent. Hell yeah. But I must say, after a good game of billiards, I'm just really in the mood for fish. Luckily, Wii Play has us covered with fishing. Another pretty relaxing game. You catch paper-thin fish with nice, calm music playing in the background. Certain fish are designated as bonuses for periods of time, so you definitely gotta go for those. But whatever you do, do not catch a small fry. Oh yeah, the controls are honestly pretty iffy here, but it's still enjoyable nonetheless. A chill fishing game to turn your brain off to. Now the next minigame is anything but. Charge has your me riding on a knitted cow, knocking over scarecrows and jumping over hurdles to get to the finish line. Huh. You play by tilting the Wii Remote on its side. I did like this one a fair bit. The only problem was that I initially played it like this. I was barely even charging. I'd just be inching my way to the end, sometimes going off the path until time ran out. Luckily, I did end up realizing that I needed to have the Wii Remote tilted forward to accelerate, and yeah, that is much better. And then to round out Wii Play, tanks. I shouldn't even have to explain why tanks is good. It's tanks. I was never all that good at it. By the time the blue tanks rolled around, I was toast. But that's not to say I never got past the 5th stage. Hell, I even made it to the 8th stage a few times, if you can believe that. You could attribute my lack of skill in tanks to the fact that I was just barely not a toddler anymore, but it was also probably because I mostly played it with just the Wii Remote. I know I'm evil. Now, of course, it's not like I never played with a nunchuck, but I mean, it is perfectly playable. You can move with the D-pad, shoot with B, plant bombs with A. It's just not as good. But yeah, that was Wii Sports and Wii Play, 2 games that made for one of the best Christmases that I just barely remember. But we also got a 3rd game that wonderful morning, and it was none other than Rock Band for Wii. Complete with a drum set, guitar, and microphone, as well as the Rock Band for Wii game disc, ensuring hours of hardcore rock entertainment. Featuring some of your favorite rock hits like at a medium pace. I don't know, I haven't read the song list. Enjoy the thrill of being in a rockin' band in the comfort of your own home. We never played this. This was definitely more geared towards my brother. He was older and into music, so yeah, it checks out. Of course, he did enjoy Wii Sports and Wii Play, but I suppose our parents wanted to get him something that he especially would enjoy. And apparently this wasn't it, because I remember us going to Superstore the very next day, going into the game section they had, returning Rock Band, and getting Guitar Hero World Tour instead. Holy fuck, is that Weird Al? Oh my god, they fucking killed him! This game was pretty great. Here's a picture of me playing it in 2009. But unfortunately, I don't have the guitar, so I can't get any proper gameplay of it. So I guess it's off to stealing footage from IGN. I vividly remember this song selection menu and playing songs like Living on a Prayer, Eye of the Tiger, and wait, what the fuck? You can play as your me here? Why did nobody tell me? But along with Guitar Hero, we also got Karaoke Revolution Presents American Idol Encore 2. As far as music games go, this was definitely more up my alley. I was already decently familiar with American Idol at this point, so hell yeah, why not? It came bundled with a USB microphone so you could sing The Sweet Escape and then be harassed by
Simon fucking Cowell.
It was pretty alright, I guess, but I only remember playing it occasionally because in addition to my parents having to help me plug in the microphone every time I wanted a British man to say mean things to me, who the hell thought I'd be a decent singer? So, Pack-In Syndrome, Censor Bar Shenanigans, Weird Al Yankovic Death Footage, and the Billboard Top 100. And technically Rock Band. Those were all the Wii games we got in 2008, or more so like the last week of it, I guess. Definitely not a bad lineup to start with, but don't worry, going into 2009, the party wasn't over just yet, because the day right after New Year's, we got Kung Fu Panda Legendary Warriors. It only makes sense that we got this game, considering that my mom loved the movie, as did I, so I was happy to get this. Just sucks that I can't say much about the game, considering I never got far into it. I just remember dicking around in the training room, playing the first stage, and that's about it. I remember I was trying to like find ways to get into this area here. I guess I never noticed these chains until recently. But, I was never able to. And I'm still mad about it. Honestly, even as a 4-year-old playing it, my reaction was just kind of eh. Like, it was alright, nothing to really write home about. So luckily, to come and save the day just a week after we got Kung Fu Panda was none other than Wii Fit. And let me tell you, this wasn't another American Idol Encore 2. No, this was one of those fancy Wii games, like Wii Sports and Wii Play, so you know it's gonna be good. And it also came bundled with this massive thing, the Wii Balance Board. With it, not only were we controlling video games with motion, but now, with weight distribution. But I'm 4 years old, I don't know what weight distribution is, so what better game to teach me than this one? And teach me it did. Look, I stand on the board, I lean side to side, and things happen on the screen. What an incredible time to be a gamer. I bet soon we're gonna be controlling games with our minds. Oh my god. Oh yeah, dude, that is beautiful. Hold on, let's just hear that again. Oh, one more time. Oh, amazing. So the first thing the game has me do after picking my Mii and setting my height and birthday is a body test. And it's exactly what it sounds like, it tests your body, specifically your weight and balance. But with me being, again, just barely not a toddler anymore, I was barely able to fully understand these sections of the game. Like yeah, it was testing my weight and balance, that much I knew, but whoa, look at these cool buttons with shirts on them. Let's see. Today I'm gonna go with this one. Didn't really matter that much though, since my BMI was underweight every single time. That meter would never go up an inch. I knew no other life than that of an underweight one. And then the game shoves me headfirst into a body control test. I liked doing these. They were something different each time. I'd always wonder what little test it was gonna throw at me. All of this to receive my Wii Fit age. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh cool, I get to commemorate this body test with a foot stamp. How lovely. Thanks, sentient Wii Balance Board. And from there, we finally get to access the rest of the game. This was a nice, chill little menu to hang out on for me. We got some nice music, this calendar, sentient Wii Balance Board having conniptions in the background, and a Mii, which thankfully you can assault just like in Wii Play. Now as for where to go from here, we can repeat today's body test, but we can also go into training. This was where the money was, a bunch of fun little training minigames to give you a good workout. We'll get into yoga and strength training in a bit. For now, I want to focus on balance games and aerobics, since they were the ones I definitely played the most. Some of these games are purely balance-based, while some of them include the Wii Remote, sometimes in conjunction with the nunchuck. But the good majority of them were and still are pretty fun to play and can give you a good workout. And while at this point in my life I never really strived to beat any of my high scores in the games I played, I liked seeing the animation that played whenever I did here. And that victory music too, man, it is permanently ingrained in my mind. Oh, and the Fit Bank. How could I forget about the Fit Bank? This keeps track of how much time you spent playing, which goes towards unlocking the other minigames, but because I'm 4, I wasn't consciously thinking about that. I'd just be playing and then look, I randomly unlocked Tightrope Walk. But enough just talking about this amazing new world of fitness. Let's jump right into it. Starting with soccer heading. You gotta shift your balance left and right to hit the soccer balls while avoiding shoes and panda heads. I remember not being very good at it initially, which was awful because how am I gonna play for Leeds United if I keep getting hit in the face with Jack Black's severed head? So eventually I did get good. Ski slalom. I played this a little bit. It's pretty standard, it's what you'd expect. I can't remember how good I was at it, but I know I'm quite bad at it now, so I probably wasn't that much better at it back in 2009. Same thing goes for snowboard slalom. Now, ski jump on the other hand, I was way more into. Crouch, keep your center of balance in the blue circle, and jump at the right moment, and yeah, I was shit. I should actually probably mention that most of these games I was pretty bad at. Yeah, I know, 4-year-old me could do a mean strike in Wii Sports, but you gotta draw the line somewhere. And hey, like for soccer heading, most of these I'd eventually improve at because practice makes perfect. I loved table tilt. You need to roll these balls representing you and other me's pulled from the me channel into this hole by rotating the table with your whole body. And with every level, the tables get more complicated, like holy shit, this one's cut in half. And they get even wilder in the advanced difficulty. Like, that's not a table, that's a star. Also, where the hell does this take place? Like some weird tube-like purgatory? Where does it start and where does it end? Whatever it is, I've always wanted to go there. Like, I swear, I remember having a dream about it one time. In tightrope walk, you need to get from one tower to the other on a tightrope. I loved seeing the me's on the other side either cheering me on or freaking out. The ones in the windows are calling their friends over. You know, I used to wonder why everybody was over there and I was over here. Like, that's not fair, come on. Oh yeah, and you got this weird clamoring robot jaw thing that you need to jump over. Oh, god damn it. You got this weird clamoring robot jaw thing that you need to jump over. It's terrifying. Rivaled only by the piano in Mario 64. Luckily, when you get to the other side, it's a celebration. We all live happily ever after. Yeah, take a look. The jaw is all the way back at the start building. Boy, am I glad I'm over here now. Unfortunately, I can't really say the same for the advanced and expert difficulties because they throw in wind, feathers, and more jaws. Balance bubble was another one of my personal favorites. Your me is floating on the water in a bubble and you need to safely navigate to the end without hitting anything. If you do, the bubble will pop and it's game over. It's pretty short with only one level, but there is an advanced difficulty which spices up the obstacles a little, specifically adding more bees. And I love this section. The music ramps up and you're presented with a choice. Go left or right. Right was the easiest considering the wider space, but sometimes I'd be a little bit more on the daring side and try going left. Overall, it's a pretty fun time. Penguin Slide is one that I honestly tend to forget about. Not because it's bad, but more so because it's just not a game I really think about whenever somebody mentions Wii Fit. Regardless, it's decent. Your me cosplays a penguin sliding around and catching fish on an iceberg that you lean left and right to tilt. Occasionally, you can get a red fish worth 10 points by launching yourself up to catch it. Lotus Focus is weird. So I get you're supposed to sit still on the balance board and the game will try to distract you, but I swear to God, every single time I play this, it just decides 30 seconds in that I'm unbalanced.
Cut!
And that's the end.
Fucking how?
Let's move on to aerobics. Hula hoop. Oh, hell yeah. Pretty self-explanatory. Spin the hula hoop as many times as possible before time runs out. As you spin, one of these me's will throw you another hoop, and they'll keep doing that until you're spinning 5 of them. They were all different colors too. I loved that. I just loved that. And the music is just amazing as well. Like, the bass line here is something to behold. There's another variant of this game too. It's called Super Hula Hoop. And I fail to understand what's so super about it. It's just hula hoop, but there's 2 rounds, one where you spin clockwise and the other counterclockwise, and at the time, I just could not do counterclockwise. In basic step, you step right up and then right back down to the beat of the song. And as the name implies, it's pretty damn basic, but luckily advanced step is here to solve that problem. They should have called it super step. And holy balls, there's clapping and holding up your leg and oh my god. And more camera angles? Holy shit! This sucks because boom, free step! Okay, so as the pop-up from earlier just implied, the main idea of free step is to step to the rhythm of the sound coming out of the Wii Remote speaker while watching TV. So obviously it's gonna be visually uneventful. Yet that didn't stop me from playing through all 10 minutes of this as a kid. Either I didn't register the whole watch TV while stepping thing, or I did and I just kept playing like this out of pure spite. Either way, the fact that I did this whole thing without any kind of external stimuli should serve as some pretty good insight as to just what in the hell was wrong with me back then. Basic run. It's a nice sunny day for a short jog, right here on... Fuck, what's this place called? Wii Fit Island, okay. It's quite a chill little time, just jog lightly along with other Miis pulled from the Mii channel, and don't go too fast or else you'll trip and fall, all while you do a sick as hell flip. Now generally you don't want to pass your guide either, but if you do so when one of the dogs shows up, you'll follow it instead and it'll lead you down an alternate path, which was really cool. And as far as the activity levels go, you can choose between a short distance run, a long distance run, or an island lap. Now I can't say much about 2P Run because nobody was willing to do it with me. Hell, at one point in sheer desperation I even asked my grandmother to play it with me. Yeah, at least I can do free run. Okay, this is already way better than Free Step purely on the basis that it has more to it visually. You can run around Wii Fit Island for 10 minutes, really take in the scenery. But then we have the best game for last, rhythm boxing. You use the Wii Remote and nunchuck to punch to the rhythm with this robotic punching bag, all while stepping forward or backwards. And some of these patterns are really fun and satisfying to do. Hell, in the advanced and expert difficulties, the punching bags fight back. Look man, you can try to crush the Paralyzer's feet all you want, but it's not gonna fucking happen. The Paralyzer just cannot be stopped. Hell, you're gonna find out just how powerful the Paralyzer can be, because at the end you get 10 to 15 seconds of bonus time. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put you in a world of hurt.
Take that, taste the pain. 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 Take that.
You didn't even break a sweat, did you?
Okay, so initially I wasn't all that great at it, but then I think I saw a YouTube video of some guy going absolutely apeshit on this punching bag, and then it broke down right in front of him. So I started doing that, and what do you know? I got good. And another thing, you know those verbal cues you get here? Like, you know, these?
Left, right, block.
Yeah, I always used to think that they were coming from the punching bag and not Ray over here. Of course, now I know it's Ray, but like for some reason I thought otherwise. Surely I can't be the only one, right? And those were the balanced and aerobic games. Most of these were great and made for some really fun times, but there's still a whole other half of the game that I have yet to talk about. Yoga and strength training. So these aren't really mini games, they're actual exercises, and to really drive that point home, there's not a single me in sight. Instead, there's a human trainer, the gender of whom you pick beforehand. And let's be honest here, we all went for the female trainer, didn't we? Don't worry, Find Me Road Texture, my heart still belongs to you! But as for yoga and strength training, I'm not gonna go super in depth with them because they're all pretty much just doing the exercise or holding the pose while keeping your center of balance in the blue area, so I'm just gonna list all the ones I liked doing back in the day. For yoga, I obviously did the tree pose way too goddamn much. Like it's on the fucking box, why wouldn't I? As well as the warrior, the dance, the downward facing dog, the spinal tap, the cobra, the Illuminati, the bridge, the half moon, and most of all, deep breathing, which was one I really liked doing. I wonder why. Strength training, gotta love that single leg extension, push up and side plank, torso twist, lunge, rowing squat, tricep extension, arm and leg lift, jackknife, and the plank. And no, not that kind of plank. It's 2009, it's not gonna be popular for like another 2 years. And that was Wii Fit. Overall, I think it's a really awesome game that I have loads of fond memories with. And hey, I could experience like a quarter of it without even putting the disc in. Yep, I installed the Wii Fit channel onto my Wii menu because I'm me, why wouldn't I? It's just Wii Fit without any of the fun stuff. You can do a body test and that's it. I mean, it doesn't really matter in the end since I'm pretty sure I barely used it. I just liked seeing more channels here. But Wii Fit as exercise software on the other hand, well, it's complicated. Can Wii Fit give you a good workout? Yeah, absolutely, but it's not really strenuous. Wii Fit alone isn't going to do much in terms of getting you fit. Rather, I feel like it should be used more as a supplement to actual exercise. To be fair though, Wii Fit does have the ultimate balance test. You know, I do remember doing this a few times back in the day. I probably hated it then just as much as I do right now. So at this point, I think it's fairly obvious that I was falling in love with this console. And while all the games I had at this point were enough to keep me entertained for the time being, they weren't. I needed to truly indulge in my newfound Wii obsession. I needed to see and experience everything the Wii had to offer. And so after I'd finished playing shitloads of Wii Sports, Wii Play, and Wii Fit, I'd run over to the family computer, open up Internet Explorer, and go to this relatively new website. It's called YouTube. You can watch and upload neat little videos. It's really cool. And I type in the 3 sacred letters, to which I'd then be whisked away into a magical new world of game reviews, parodies, me tutorials, walkthroughs, and so much more. So before we head into the next game we got in 2009, let's take a little pit stop and take a look at some of these YouTube videos I'd watch. Some of which I probably shouldn't have been. You guys remember Lego Wii, that video where this guy gets home with a brand new Wii, crawls into his cabinet and then holds it up in sheer excitement? But when he opens the box, he finds it's only full of white and gray Lego pieces, so he does the unthinkable and makes a Wii out of it. Being a kid who loved his Wii as well as building Lego sets, this video was practically made for me. I loved it and I still do today, but now I can't help but notice he didn't make the Wii Remote's IR sensor. Nice going, just nice going. Or how about rejected Wii Play games, which, as the title implies, showcases a collection of minigames that were supposedly rejected from Wii Play. The thing is, though, these minigames are borderline insane, like Jesus Christ. I will say, though, for a video from 2007, the Miis look pretty decent here. And I also remember seeing a fake box art for Wii Play 2 that uses screenshots from this video. I want to meet the person who made this, you know, just kick back, relax, have some laughs with a couple dabs, or I don't know, depends on what their beer preference is. But let me tell ya, I really wanted a Wii Play 2. In fact, one day I took a green marker and wrote a little 2 on my Wii Play box so I could pretend that I had Wii Play 2. You can crucify me later. Wii warnings, which, yes, these are real warnings from the Japanese Wii operations manual. I'm just as shocked as you are.
Don't fall in love with your Wii controller. Although it's certainly the right shape to insert into certain parts of your anatomy, that's not love, and the cuddling afterwards is highly unrewarding. I'm Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, and I've also got a fairly short life expectancy because my fucking moron parents aren't smart enough not to realise leaving their less than gifted child alone with a head-sized plastic bag is a bad idea. Let's go tell your roommate to stop being a lazy son of a bitch and just leaving his crap all over the floor. But not before you go into his room. You never know what that sicko is jamming up his sphincter this time. Fuck off! You came into the smoking area, you wang face! And if that dipshit child should somehow manage to free himself from the plastic head tomb, don't worry, for he is a resourceful child with a strong predilection for tempting the Grim Reaper. Zobagalond!
Wii Safety had the best safety tips for no matter what you want to do with the Wii, from deep frying it to flinging it at your neighbor's cow. And these tips range from don't eat it, don't throw it, don't kick it, don't punch it, don't wash it, don't fall on it, don't step on it, don't blow it, and you just can't not love this dude, and this video would eventually inspire me to go down a good old DeviantArt rabbit hole. You also had this other, more higher budget Wii safety video from G4TV. This one was cool. It's based on a lot of airplane safety videos, and being a kid who flew a lot, this was perfect for me. But it refers to the Wii Remote as a Wiimote, which angers me beyond belief, so fuck this video. Death of the Mii people told the heartwarming tale of a boy who makes a Mii descend to his friend. after which he cuddles with his Wii box and he falls asleep. But his friend doesn't like the Wii. He's angry that his friend sent him a Mii, so he devises the ultimate plan. When the boy wakes up, he discovers that one of his Miis is dead! Oh no. But then he discovers that his friend has sent Miis to execute his other Miis!
No! No! You killed him! No, stop it! No, please stop it! Stop what are you doing? Oh my god!
Yeah, no wonder I'm so fucked up. Wii Fit parody was just the Wii Fit trailer shown at E3 2007, but with satirical voiceover that made fun of the game.
Don't want to invest $3.19 on a hula hoop? Why not pick up a Wii for just $300 and enjoy the same fun, but in the comfort of your living room without that annoying plastic hoop?
Honestly, I didn't really know that this was a parody. My dumbass 5-year-old brain just thought that this was like another version of the trailer or something. Like, there's the one with the voiceover and one without it. That's just how things were. And another thing, I remember even back then noticing how the Wii Fit here looked different than the Wii Fit that I had. And I'd wonder why that was. Mii Life was this bizarre, crudely animated miniseries that was basically just South Park, but with Miis. That being said, the humor was quite fucked up. And yep, I watched them at age 6. Of course, I can positively say that I had no goddamn clue or understanding as to just what I was watching. The best episode is probably the most tame one, which is the one with Clyde. And let me tell you, Clyde is the fucking bomb. He's great. It was made by one forward-thinking pro back in 2010 before he would go radio silent, staying that way up until 2 years ago when he actually started making Mii Life episodes again. And it's just as fucked up as it was back in 2010. I even watched some videos that otherwise weren't all that interesting, like these videos that were just the Wii Shop and Mii channel music with that classic movie maker color shifting effect. But there was also this one expert village video touring the Wii settings menus, and I specifically remember it for this part.
And then this last option, which I really don't recommend even messing with, is formatting the memory. And once you do this, all your channels and data are going to be erased. So it's undoable, so not a good idea.
I misheard data as dad, so obviously it made me go out like, not only are my channels gonna be erased, but also my dad? Needless to say, I steered clear from formatting. And of course, there were a lot more videos that I watched, but we'll get into those more as we go on, because it's time to talk about the next Wii game we got. The one that would become my favorite. So my brother had this friend, and he had a younger brother around my age who I was also friends with. I don't want to say their actual names here, so I'll just call them Bimmy and Jimmy. So Bimmy and Jimmy lived very close to us, like in walking distance, and near the end of May of 2009, we went over there. I can't remember exactly why specifically, maybe my brother just wanted to oogle at his sisters, but for whatever reason, we were there, and so was a Nintendo Wii. They had it set up like this, upright, without the stand. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in some countries. But despite the completely unlawful presentation of their console, Jimmy and I were very quick to fuck you. But despite the completely unlawful presentation of their console, Jimmy and I were very quick to turn it on and start playing. And there was one specific game that we played. Mario Kart Wii. Now, although this was definitely my first time playing it, I am pretty sure I had already known about it. I was a huge Mario fan. Remember, I had a DS, so I was already playing games like Super Mario 64 DS, New Super Mario Bros., and Mario Kart DS, but this Mario Kart Wii game was one that I was really drawn to. I would watch this two-part classic game room review on it over and over again. This might just be one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. I remember my brother seeing me watching it one time and asking something along the lines of, there's no swearing in this, right? And for that video, I mean, yeah, it was clean, but as for the others...
Completely fucking retarded.
Oh, dude, I'm fucking gay.
What the fuck's on TV?
Shit to my fucking sister or fucking gay.
This is bullshit.
Had it up his ass.
Okay, maybe there was a little bit. But actually being able to play Mario Kart Wii for the first time was incredible. We all took turns racing each other. The first race I did, I held down 2 for the entire countdown, and yep, my actions have consequences. It was a learning experience. And racing on tracks like Toad's Factory, Mario Circuit, and Coconut Mall, it was actual bliss. But here's the problem. This game, it wasn't mine. It was Bimmy and Jimmy's. If I wanted to keep playing it, I'd have to steal it. Which is exactly what I did. That's not what I did. They let me borrow it for like a week. And oh boy, that week was like no other. It was just like whenever I'd take out a book or DVD from the library, but instead of watching Shaun the Sheep with my dad, I was instead pummeling baby Mario in his stroller car with a red shell. Point is, I had to make the most of this week. So I was playing and playing and playing because I knew that the day I had to give this game back was coming quick. And then it arrived. I remember exactly where I was. I was on the Luigi circuit, just doing a time trial, trying to keep the bike lined up with the road markings. And then my mother walked in and said, "Hey, come on, we gotta return this to Bimmy and Jimmy." And so we did. And my days of playing Mario Kart Wii were done. Until we got our own copy a couple months later. Welcome to one of the best things, the Mario Kart Wii title screen. It might not look like much, but if you just hang around here, the game will show you a video with a beautiful display of vehicular homicide. But come on, we gotta start playing. Oh my god, I get my very own driver's license? To think, at just 5 years old, I'm already getting behind the wheel, taking on the road, throwing blue shells in packed intersections. I was growing up so fast. Going into single player, we're presented with a wealth of different modes, none more prolific than the Grand Prix. Or as I would have said it back then, Grand Prix. After we pick our engine class, character, vehicle, drift mode, and cup, we're ready to go. Or are we? No, we're forgetting one of the most important aspects of Mario Kart Wii. This is a racing game. We're driving. It's serious business. If we're going to be controlling a vehicle with a Wii remote on its side, we gotta amp up the immersion, crank the dial, really hit the gas. We need plastic bullshit. Enter the Wii Wheel, bundled with every copy of Mario Kart Wii. This is a plastic shell you pop the Wii remote in to better emulate the feel of a steering wheel. And man, it's great. I would never play this game without it. Of course, it's not required, but it feels a lot better to play like this if you're playing with motion controls. At least for me. But now we have all that sorted, it's time for Luigi Circuit. You see this? This is it. This is pure, unadulterated greatness. This is my favorite Wii game. I know people have their problems with it, and yeah, I can see where they're coming from, especially in regards to the item balancing. It is, in fact, bullshit, but it's so much fun. This game just makes me so happy. Part of it is the visuals. Not that they're amazing by any means, god no, this is the Wii we're talking about, but it's more so in how the game has this bloom filter throughout, which I know a lot of people don't like, but I actually have a bit of a soft spot for it. Jerking the Wii remote upward on a jump to make your character do a trick in the air always felt so good. And if you're wondering why you don't see me drifting in any of this footage, well, it's because 5-year-old me didn't know what that was, so he never drifted. I want to keep the gameplay I use here to be relatively authentic to what that little idiot was probably thinking. And being somebody who drifts constantly in Mario Kart nowadays, it was painful to record this. Even though not drifting probably fucked me up on multiple occasions, at least I was still able to enjoy this game's soundtrack. It's incredible as it is memorable. Luigi Circuit, DK Summit, Daisy Circuit, and Rainbow Road are definitely some of my favorites. But I swear, sometimes I just stop midway through the menu screens just to jam out to whatever they had playing in the background. Some amazing racetracks too. Toad's Factory, Maple Treeway, Moonview Highway, Wario's Gold Mine, Grumble Volcano, Mushroom Gorge, Luigi Circuit. All of these make for a great lineup. but it's missing some coconut.
Needs coconut.
What?
Tastes a little bitter. We could use some coconut.
Maybe a fibrous protein is just what it needs. Life! That did it! I created life!
Do I really need to explain why Coconut Mall is amazing? The iconic music, the fun track layout with the escalators, those little shortcuts you can take, and these cars near the end. Bowser's Castle had this giant Bowser who would breathe fireballs down the center of the track. You got this wavy corridor you can do tricks on and these lava geysers. Koopa Cave was another one of my personal favorites. I think the part I liked about it the most was how you go down this pipe and the classic Mario warp pipe sound effect would play. I genuinely thought that was really cool back then. Daisy's Circuit had these pylons I liked driving into. I don't know why, I just liked doing it. Fun pastime. And let's not forget about how Grumble Volcano is just constantly falling apart as you're going through it. And Wii's Rainbow Road, I think, is probably my favorite out of all the Mario Kart games. The music here is absolutely beautiful, and despite it being very easy to fall off the track here, it's a very fun and vibrant layout. Just all of these tracks were such fun and creative courses based on different locations in the Mario universe, and I was all for it. Even the retro tracks, while yes, they are from prior games, I had practically zero exposure to them besides the ones in Mario Kart DS. So they too felt about as fresh and fun as the original Wii tracks. And luckily, I didn't have to experience this game all alone. My brother would play it with me a lot, but we didn't really do a whole lot of split screen, at least not all the time. See, he wanted to 100% the game, place first in every race and every class and unlock every character. He'd show me images of the full character roster, specifically this one with this massive glare. I was just looking at this image and then I noticed Baby Luigi was there, like, what? We didn't have Baby Luigi in our character list.
How does this work?
And so we do the Grand Prix together, taking turns after every race. And when we first unlocked Rainbow Road, I shit you not, my brother got up, stood next to the TV and did this.
We did it!
And then, after we beat all the other cups, we get to watch this amazing ending cinematic where you and all the friends you've made during your Mario Kart Wii adventure race on Luigi's Circuit. This scene will always have a special place in my heart. The incredible emotional music, the orange sky, it just makes me feel so happy. And also sad, but also happy. It's also here that you discover that Luigi was you all along. Eventually, in fact, statues and races that would normally be certain Mario characters are replaced with random Mii characters pulled from the Mii channel. After the credits roll, you get this little congratulatory image sent to the Wii message board. How lovely, it's my Mii standing next to Mario and Peach with a hearty congratulations. Ah, man, if only I could play as my Mii. Oh. Fuck yes. You all know me at this point. This is the kind of shit I lived for. It was just awesome to be able to see me racing alongside Mario and the whole gang. He sounds like a shy guy. I didn't just play the Grand Prix though, I also really liked time trials. Don't get too excited though, I never played it to beat times or whatever. To me it was just a free drive mode where I'm all alone on the racetrack and I can just do whatever the hell I wanted. One thing I liked doing was to go to Coconut Mall on time trials and just slowly inch myself forward to pretend as though I was shopping, as well as throwing myself into the lava in this section of Grumble Volcano. I honestly couldn't tell you why. I also dabbled in Versus and Battle quite a bit. Versus was just a Grand Prix race with teams and custom rules, but Battle was where shit got real, with balloon battle and coin runners. I'd play as my Mii and reset the teams over and over again until I was on a team with Mario. I was the biggest Mario fan to ever Mario fan. I feel I've made this point very clear. Now, I was a bit more of a coin runners kid, but balloon battle was also really fun. And hey, I could do both of them on Funky Stadium, so in the end, it didn't really matter. This was definitely my go-to stage, with Delfino Pier being a close second. And while I don't remember doing a whole lot of multiplayer in the battle modes, they were still fun little diversions from the Grand Prix and time trials. Overall, I love Mario Kart Wii. It's fast, energetic, and absolutely rage-inducing at times, like holy shit. But the difficulty wouldn't stop me from having boatloads of fun with this game. But I gotta ask, just what is this Nintendo WFC thing? Is it related to this blue thing on the top left corner of the box? What is it? Why is it not on Wii Play? Well, there's only one way to find out! Okay, never mind then. Not all is lost though. Just like how Wii Fit had the Wii Fit channel, Mario Kart Wii has the Mario Kart channel that you could also access through the game itself. Friends, you don't see anybody else around me, so it's pretty obvious that I've got none. Ghosts? What is this, Luigi's Mansion? No, I get to race successive ghosts from around the world and hone my skills by racing a lot of ghosts. Oh, I am so ready, god fucking damn it! Rankings! Holy shit, look at all these Miis! Oh my god, I can race against the world champion's ghost? Let's do this, oh fuck you. Alright, let's see what tournament's all about then. Nice. The Mario Kart channel was even more useless to me than the Wii Fit channel was. Of course I had to install it. My Wii channel collection grows ever more complete. So we have Jack Black Pre-Decap, Foot Fetish, and Blue Shell Hell. That was 2009, and I know, 3 games, that's not a lot. It's pretty barren, but I'm sorry, at 5 years old I wasn't exactly begging for games like Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. But you wanna know what I was begging for? Happiness. So, funny thing about the Wii, you can connect it to the internet. And if you got one during or after 2008, I bet you remember this Get Connected channel. It was basically a 4-minute infomercial talking about all the benefits of connecting your Wii console to the internet. This was a massive fucking channel too, like it took up so much space that Nintendo was basically begging you to delete it after watching. And I, like many others, did. But knowing how I was at the time, I don't think I was actively thinking about why I was deleting it, like, I was pressing shit just to press shit, I guess. The video itself covers everything from browsing the web, downloading Virtual Console and WiiWare games, as well as new channels that used Wii Connect 24, the service that allowed a Wii to remain connected to the internet while on standby. And those Wii Connect 24 channels were what piqued my interest, especially with some of the aforementioned YouTube videos I was watching at the time. I already knew about the pre-installed forecast and news channels, but I was also watching videos about the Nintendo channel, which provided all the latest Nintendo news, the Everybody Votes channel, which allowed you to participate in fun little polls with other Wii owners, and after voting you could predict which option you think would be the most popular. But being as young as I was though, I don't think I fully comprehended the whole voting thing. I just saw all these Miis holding balloons and thought, that looks fun. And look, this video has the Mii that Fadufduft was based on. Glenn? What kind of fucking name is Glenn? But the one channel that I was absolutely dying to have was the Check Me Out channel. Here, you were able to take your wildest Mii creations and enter them into Mii contests. Each one would have a specific theme and people would vote on which Mii fits the theme the best. Alternatively, you could also go to the posting plaza where you can view Miis posted by others and even post your own. And you can even send these Miis to your own Mii channel. There was just something about this channel that I really liked. The catchy music, the overall presentation, the way the Miis would run in and how they were all lined up was something I really liked looking at. All of this came together to create a very charming little app. I'd watch this specific video all the time. It has this guy going through the whole download process for Check Me Out, and then he sets it up and just kind of dicks around in it for a bit. Alright, there it is. Come on, click on it. It's alright, you can do it. Don't be shy. Come on, you can do it. Believe in yourself. There you go! There you go. At this point, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, Jamie, if you were able to get the Check Me Out channel and so much more on the Wii Shop channel, then why didn't you? Well, you must understand that at this point in time, My Wii was burdened with a dreaded curse. Will this one work? Yeah, fuck you too. Yeah, so my dad had parental control set up, and to do anything internet related, I'd have to enter a 4-digit code that only he knew, so I was stuck. Our Wii wasn't even connected to begin with, and my dad wasn't really willing to set it up, so yeah, it wasn't gonna happen. I remember at one point I actually tried to bribe him with a nickel to set it up. Probably should have used a quarter. Regardless, I still really wanted to use the Wii's internet capabilities. It just felt like there was so much I was missing out on. There was actually one time I got a taste of it sometime, I think in 2010. I was at Bimmy and Jimmy's house and their Wii actually had internet and the Check Me Out channel. This was the only time I ever got to use these channels while they were still active, and let me tell ya, it was really damn cool considering I'd wanted to for so long. But of course, I couldn't exactly borrow them like I did with Mario Kart Wii, so in the end, it still remained a dream. What made it all sting even more was at one point we got those download assistant channels for the Check Me Out, Everybody Votes, Nintendo, and Internet channels. They were basically these little shortcuts. You'd go into them and it would give little bits of info about whatever channel it's idolizing, and then it would take you to the Wii Shop channel to download said channel, which obviously wasn't gonna work for me. But nowadays, the thing I'm hung up on is, how did this happen? From what I remember, these download assistant channels just showed up one day. It keeps me up at night. I'm desperate for answers. I'm like an angry parrot now. I'll just go up to my Wii and start yelling at it like, where did you find these? Who gave these to you? My best guess is that it was like a system update on a disc that had them included. Maybe, I honestly don't know. I mean, in the end, it didn't really matter, since now at least I could pretend I actually had the Check Me Out channel and then cry myself to sleep later that night. But hey, on the bright side, at least I was able to enjoy what I did have. I've already talked about the Me channel, but there was also the Photo channel. A pretty neat little app I'd hop on occasionally if I was bored. You can view photos and videos from an SD card or whatever's on the Wii message board, like that Mario Kart Wii picture I got from earlier. But it goes beyond just looking at these photos. You can also desecrate them and do little puzzles with them, which was awesome. And while I was far from being one of the bigger photo channel users, I sure as hell never ignored it. I mean, check it out. I could even post a photo on the Wii menu for it to be displayed as the photo channel's icon and banner. Let's check it out. Oh my god, I've been going on about this Wii shit for over an hour and I haven't talked about the home menu. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, real quick. That sexy blue house button on the middle of the Wii remote, that is the home button, and yes, I did just call it sexy, deal with it. It brings up the home menu where you can go to the Wii menu, restart the software, and dick around with the Wii remote settings. That's pretty much it. Apart from that iconic sound that plays when you open it, it's nothing all that special. And I loved it. Oh, yes, that's amazing. And you know what? Since I've trailed off yet again, I'll talk about a couple more miscellaneous Wii-related shit I liked before going into the games we got in 2010. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Wii.com. My favorite JPEG. Now, this was basically a website separate from Nintendo's main site that had all things Wii, and it's very dead. Or is it? Now, this page is just to select the version of the website you want to go to depending on your region, and they all either don't work or send you to Nintendo's current homepage, except for when you click on Japan. These pages are still up, and you can access them right now. In fact, a lot of Nintendo's old Japanese web pages are still up, even ones dating as far back as the late 90s, which is like, holy shit. Now, while the North American version of Wii.com is dead, there are quite a few snapshots of it on the Wayback Machine. Now see, this is what I remember. I'd hop on over to the Wii menu section and do my Wii channel research. I liked how the buttons were kind of presented in shape to appear like the actual channel icons. It kind of felt like a little Wii menu to me. And going into them, you're met with these little introduction blurbs, developer interviews, and videos. It's quite fun. And you know what else is fun? Making Miis. One thing I failed to mention earlier when talking about the Mii channel was that I found a way to take my Mii making to the next level. See, I wasn't just making them on the Wii now, but also on the computer. Enter the Mii Avatar Creator. This is a little fan-made flash game made just before the Wii came out, I believe, and you basically just make a Mii as you normally would, just now with a mouse. I used to like dicking around with this back in the day. The best part is that unlike the actual Mii channel, there are no restrictions on how bad you can fuck this dude up. Like, look at him, he doesn't even have a head anymore, he's just a bundle of facial features hovering over a body. And as much as I'd love to go in depth on how cursed you can make Miis on here, I think now's a good time to properly get into 2010, which would end up being a pretty big year for this fucker. So from a very young age, I traveled a lot. Like, we've been to Mexico, Spain, Amsterdam, and the US multiple times, but a good deal of this traveling consisted of year-round trips to the UK visiting extended family. And 2010 was no exception. It was June, and my family knew what we were doing. We flew to England, ate Yorkshire puddings for a couple weeks, and came back home, a pretty routine trip. And driving us back from the airport was my late grandfather, aka Abuelo. Yeah, he was Spanish. But unbeknownst to my brother and I, he had a pretty big surprise waiting for us back home. So as we're all walking in the front door with our suitcases, my brother and I walk into the living room to see 5 wee-looking boxes just chilling in the corner of the room. For like 1 second, we just stood there, just trying to process all of this, and then we immediately went insane. We were not expecting this at all. Like, tell me when this kind of shit ever happens. You come back home from visiting family abroad and your grandfather just casually gives you the mythical Christmas in June? Now you're probably wondering what exactly we got. A box full of those plastic Wii Remote add-ons, Active Life Extreme Challenge, King of Clubs, Sega Superstars Tennis, and Wii Sports Resort. I still remember my brother and I dropping to our knees next to this pile of new games, and him excitedly holding them all up to me in rapid succession, all like, we got this, 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 and this! And it was specifically Wii Sports Resort he did last, because we both knew that this was definitely the biggest game out of all the ones we got that day. But we'll get to that. First, we're gonna go over Active Life Extreme Challenge. It's another exergaming title akin to Wii Fit, except now instead of using the Wii Balance Board, it uses this. It's like if DDR and Wii Fit had a love child. So Active Life was a series of games that all used the Active Life mat. You have Active Life Explorer, Active Life Outdoor Challenge, and then there's Active Life Extreme Challenge, which was the one I got. I couldn't tell you what 6-year-old me's initial impressions of this game were, but I definitely did register it as the same type of deal as all those Wii series minigame collections I already loved, so naturally this game would have been yet another hit for me, right? Nah, not really. I didn't play this game that much, mainly because it scared me. Now you're probably wondering to yourself, how in the hell did this game scare you? Well, we'll get to that.
Active Life Extreme Challenge!
Inside voices, please. Oh, won't you look at that, I don't have the Active Life mat. And since it would take quite a bit of time and money to buy one secondhand, we're just gonna move on to the next game. If I don't make a return on this investment, I swear to God. So the mat plugs into whatever these ports are. Okay, listen, I vaguely knew of the GameCube, but the only memory I really have of it as a kid was when I'd go to the airport when I was around 4 or 5. They had a bunch of GameCube kiosks, and one of them was running Luigi's Mansion, so I'd just sit down, grab the controller, and dick around, not knowing what I was doing. But I never owned one, so if you were to ask me what these ports were, I wouldn't know what to tell you. I couldn't even see the top of my Wii anyway. It was next to the living room TV, but it was pretty high up, I'd bring over a chair from the kitchen, stand on it, and my finger would only reach the eject button, and I was just barely able to swap out discs. So needless to say, I had to ask my parents to plug in this bootleg DDR pad whenever I wanted to play Active Life. But hey, at least I can actually play the game. Let's create some save data and get this party started.
Active Life Extreme Challenge!
Damn, I do not remember this game having a funky, chill-as-hell theme for the main menu. Why couldn't I just remember that instead of the horrors I'd later be exposed to? Speaking of which, so you can't play as your Mii in this game. Actually, that's a lie. You can play as your Mii apparently, but I never played it long enough to unlock it. When you start, you're stuck as these incredibly iconic characters. Boy and girl. Okay, nowadays these character designs aren't terrible. The only thing I didn't like about them was the fact that they have no pupils. Their eyes are just pure fucking white. I guess saying that this game scared me was a bit of an exaggeration, but I know for a fact that these characters off-put me. We got quite a few mini-games here, but I only really remember a few of them. Starting with the one I probably like the most, Street Luge. Sit on the mat, press the left and right arrows to move left and right, and press both arrows simultaneously for a speed boost. It's pretty simple control-wise, but pretty much every single minigame in Active Life is made more difficult purely because of the mat. There's nothing on it to easily distinguish between a button on the mat to the rest of the mat, so you constantly have to keep looking up and down to make sure your positioning is right. But hey, it's playable, and the Foot Locker product placement makes up for it. Oh, Foot Locker. You know, I remember when my mom would drag me along for all those dreadful trips to the mall. If I needed new shoes, we'd pop into Foot Locker, where I'd try on what felt like an infinite amount of shoes while they had TV screens that would just play random music videos back to back. And that same Foot Locker is still standing to this day. Unfortunately, there's no TV screens playing music videos in there, so unfortunately we can't have KSI Thick of It playing. I'm in the thick of it, everybody. But I've made it to the finish line, and what's my reward? Oh, sweet Jesus. This was probably what off-put me the most. Those pure white bottle caps just weren't enough. They just had to make it so that at the end of Street Luge, the camera zooms in on him while he just stops and stares into my soul for a good 3 seconds before fading to black. Keeps me up at night, man. In Double Dutch, you jump over these skipping ropes. That's all there really is to it. The speed will change over time, and at some points you'll have to start running in place. You do all this until you screw up. I mean, it's pretty alright, but I don't want to jump in just these 2 center buttons, so luckily they're skateboarding freestyle. You jump on the arrows to nail tricks, but that's not all there is to it. It's like a memory game. You and your opponent will each take turns adding tricks to the chain. And like Double Dutch, it keeps going until somebody screws up. Again, it's pretty alright, not terrible. I just wish my brain would actually care to work when playing this game. Rock climbing. Get on your hands and knees and tap them arrows. But what do you do when you get to the top? Why, base jumping, of course. Step on arrows to do tricks while falling to your death. There are other mini games here like inline skating, BMX, kite surfing, and waterboarding, but the games I mentioned earlier were the only ones I really remember. I guess I enjoyed my time with this game at least a bit back in 2010. It would have really been better if they just used the balance board rather than this dumb mat, but in the grand scheme of things, it's okay. I really think part of the reason why I didn't play this much was because of those damn characters. I'm pretty sure my last memory of this game was seeing that fucking zoom in at the end of Street Luge again and just... I don't know, I just snapped. I couldn't do it anymore. And so, the Active Life Matt's role in my life would pretty much end there. I couldn't tell you what happened to the one I had originally, but I will say it was cool to reunite with it after all these years, even if I have no goddamn clue where this new one's been beforehand. Next game. King of Clubs is interesting in that it's pretty much the one Wii game I had as a kid that I remember almost nothing from, mainly because I played it one time and then never again. Like, god damn, that doesn't bring me high hopes in regards to this game's quality. And the reviews I got don't really help either. But of course, I can't say for certain how bad it is because I only remember like a couple levels and that's it. And I was only able to recall those memories after playing it for this video. To put it simply, just like how I did at age 6, I was going into this game relatively blind yet again. And needless to say, it was an interesting experience.
Oh, bless my soul.
Alright, man.
Under the blistering heat of the Nevada desert sun, 5 men.
There's 6 of them.
God damn it, why did I laugh? It's crazy golf with a crazy sense of humor and cosplay. This game is pretty not good, and it's mostly due to the motion controls. You'd think that with golf on Wii Sports being as good as it is, developers would at least have a decent understanding of how golf should control on the Wii, but apparently not. Here's how you golf on King of Clubs. First, hold the Wii remote downward, then press A. Your position is now locked and you can start to fill up the power gauge. But the power isn't determined by the actual force of your swing, no. Instead, it's based on the angle of the Wii remote. Once you're happy with the power, you then hold A and swing to hit the ball, which is not just arbitrary, but it's also delayed, making obstacles like this a living hell to get through. This is a 4-step process that could have easily been no more than 2. But I guess that's kind of expected from a PS2 game that was hastily ported to Wii to capitalize on its success. If that wasn't bad enough, the music isn't good either. It's boring and repetitive, so I just turned the volume down, played some Gautier, and yeah, this is actually much better. I enjoyed it a lot more. Honestly though, I'd be lying if I said there weren't things I like about King of Clubs. It's got a bit of personality to it. I especially like the dumb little lines of text that pop up whenever you hit these bags of money. Cash. Big bucks. Kerching. Moolah. Wanga. Dosh. Swag. Jesus Christ. Overall, King of Clubs isn't good. It was definitely the most shovelware game I owned. But holy hell, people seem to fucking hate this game, like chill out. Yeah, it deserves to be criticized as much as possible for its shit motion controls, but honestly, that's really the only terribly offensive thing here. The rest of the game is just pretty mediocre. Sega Superstars Tennis. What in the hell is that? Why, that's Sonic the Hedgehog. He's a blue hedgehog from Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's a little blue guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, cause he ain't got nobody to listen. Yeah, at this point in time, I'm pretty sure the only thing I knew about Sonic was that he existed, and I was way too obsessed with Mario to give a shit. Like, if this Wii message board memo I wrote back in the day means anything, it's that I loved Mario and had a very strong affinity for the spacebar. But you know what? This game was a good opportunity to maybe broaden my horizons a little. What if I could love both Mario and Sonic? This game could be the key. It was alright. What can I really say? It's tennis. I definitely played it a few times, but I don't have any particularly strong memories of it. Except for maybe that one time when one of my abuelo's relatives came to visit, I played it with them. Yeah, that's it. Really, I just don't have that much to say about this game. It's tennis with Sonic characters, and whoever these fuckers are. In the end, Sega Superstars Tennis did very little to get me more into Sonic, and Mario wasn't going to be dethroned that easily. Yeah, so the first 3 games we got here didn't make much of an impression on me. But not to worry, because as I've previously mentioned, Wii Sports Resort was the big one. I don't think you understand just how monumental this was. This is the sequel to the game that started it all. More sports, more possibilities, more fun, along with an overarching theme of a tropical island resort. My brother and I were well aware of this game beforehand. I only needed to watch a few YouTube videos about this new Wii Sports game to think, I absolutely have to have this. I remember probably like a few months before getting Wii Sports Resort, we were at a Toys R Us and I saw a Wii kiosk that was running the game. I ran up to play some bowling only to find out that the nunchuck was secured to the Wii remote so that it couldn't be removed, which meant I could only play power cruising, cycling, and archery here. But that wouldn't stop me from enjoying the hell out of what I played. It only made me want this game even more. And now, we had it! We were set for life! So as soon as we could, we turned on the Wii, put the disc in, and what the hell is that? Very thoughtful of Nintendo to include the latest version of the Wii menu on newer game discs for consoles that weren't connected to the internet. This was the first time I'd ever seen anything like this happen with a Wii game. It must have made me go all like, oh god, this game isn't fucking around, is it? If we had to update the console, this game must have been wild. So once we waited through the update, it was time to play Wii Sports Resort. Where in the shit am I? So a little thing I didn't mention earlier. Wii Sports Resort came bundled with a little thing called a Wii Motion Plus. It was an add-on that you could plug into the extension port of the Wii Remote for more accurate motion sensing with a gyroscope. And every game that supported this accessory included the Wii Motion Plus instructional videos. But if this was your first time playing a game that used Wii Motion Plus, then you were forced to watch them before doing anything. Everybody gives these videos flack for being overly detailed instructions on how to do this pretty simple task. But I mean, I feel these videos were made more so for older people or people who just are very unfamiliar with this stuff to be more accessible to them. But even then, it's still a little bit overkill.
Now you're ready to play.
Okay, let's go. Wii Sports Resort, here we come.
Disconnecting the Wii Motion Plus accessory. Be sure to place your Wii remote back into its original jacket.
Alright, so we can play now then? We're done all this? We can play the game?
Connecting a nunchuck controller to the Wii Motion Plus accessory. Now you're ready to use your controller.
Okay, that's everything, right? We've covered everything? Nothing else? No more?
If your Wii Motion Plus accessory isn't accurately...
I don't think I had an issue with it though. Hell, it probably served to increase my excitement in playing this game and using this new accessory. But once it was done and over with, we were ready to play. And play we did. We start off in this helicopter and... that is not me. This dude looks like some kind of emotional support animal. And we get to, you know, chuck him out of this helicopter down to Woohoo Island. Sounds nice. Ladies and gentlemen, skydiving. Here we get to take a little peek at what this Wii Motion Plus can do. Far more precise motion controls. We link up with other Miis, form up, and then... When did Wii Fit Island get a rebrand? It doesn't matter. This is Woohoo Island now, the home of sports. 12 of them, just 12. Some of them are familiar, while some of them are completely new. And what better place to start than with... Star Wars. Yep, it's a lightsaber battle. Tropical Islands fucking rule. But there's more to swordplay than just this. Most of the sports in Wii Sports Resort are divided up into multiple unlockable modes. And swordplay has Duel, Speed Slice, and Showdown. In Speed Slice, you'd have a bunch of random objects thrown at you and you'd have to slice it into a specific direction before your opponent. It's pretty damn fun, but I loved to go into the practice mode and just slice until I get bored. Now in Showdown, shit gets real. You go up against a bunch of CPU Miis as you walk around different parts of Woohoo Island. It was so much fun to just slap my enemies with my sword and watch them fall off the cliff only to be disappointed that they had a parachute to float up into the air, which has its own implications. Wakeboarding was my brother's favorite sport on here. The controls are simple. Successfully trick off the wake as much as possible until time runs out. And let me tell you, it's pretty damn satisfying to land flat on the water. And it does get more challenging in the higher difficulties with these little obstacles. Overall, it's really fun and it's bound to get anybody into water sports. Next up is Frisbee, specifically Frisbee Dog. Who's a good dog? Who's a good wee dog? So basically there's this arrow that you want to throw the Frisbee towards for the dog to catch it, and the closer you are to it, the more points you get. And if you're really close, the dog will do a jumping catch. And later on, there's a balloon that you can hit for more points. But whatever you do, just make sure you throw the Frisbee right, because if you don't, the dog starts throwing slurs at you. I learned the hard way, my first few tries did not end well. As for the controls though, they're pretty good. Like I mentioned before, the Motion Plus allows for much more fluid and accurate motion controls. And it works pretty damn well, except when it doesn't. On occasion, it's gonna start fucking up, but all you need to do is pause the game, set the Wii Remote down on a flat surface, and it'll calibrate itself in a matter of seconds. Just be prepared to repeat that process several times. Frisbee golf, is that an actual thing? Holy shit, it is. Yep, it's golf with a Frisbee. It works, but I just feel like I'm missing something. Oh. Okay, I think now's an appropriate time to bring these up. Anybody who owned a Wii probably remembers these things. Companies saw how Nintendo turned the Wii Remote into a steering wheel and thought, hey, let's turn the Wii Remote into a tennis racket. Here's the problem. When you're holding a Wii Remote in the Wii Wheel, it feels like you're holding a wheel. When you're holding a Wii Remote in the tennis racket accessory, it feels like you're holding a Wii Remote. Using these just made you look dumb. Yes, I did use them. Not frequently though, I wasn't that far gone. I think eventually I did catch on to the fact that they were doing absolutely nothing for me. So once I stopped using them with Wii games and started pretending they were guns, my life improved drastically. And the first sport in Wii Sports Resort to use the Nunchuck Award goes to archery. Hold Z, pull out, and shoot. It can't be any simpler. This was my dad's favorite sport. Check out this message he got one day after beating his record. Oh yeah, if you're wondering why the year is wrong, let's just say that if parental controls should have been applied to anything, it should have been the time and date settings. Basketball was really fun. You got a 3-point contest where you just shoot as many 3-pointers as you can, and then a pickup game where you and 2 of your Miis duke it out with a few others in a game of basketball. I developed an attachment to that white, blue, and orange ball. Like at school we had a few that kinda looked like it, so whenever we had the basketballs in gym class, I'd always go for one of them so I could have the Wii Sports Resort basketball in real life. But back to the actual game. One of my opponents would fall over trying to snatch the ball, and then I'd be like, oh shit, this is my chance.
Slam dunk!
I remember one morning I was playing the pickup game, and then my mom walked into the living room and went, hey, yeah, so we're going out in a bit and you're coming with, get ready. And then I just kept playing in dreaded anticipation for the moment I'd have to turn off the Wii and go outside. But we never ended up going out and I was able to keep playing. It was the best day of my life. But then we have table tennis, or ping pong if you're lame. I swear, the gyroscope makes this way more fun, and let me tell you, I loved watching the ball bounce into the swimming pool whenever I got a point. Like, someone's gotta jump in there and get it. Who would like to volunteer? Raise your hand. There's also the return challenge. You just gotta return the ball as many times as possible, but then some douchebag starts putting his cans on the table. Like, can't you see I'm fucking returning here? There are actual tables here that you can put your drink on, and you chose this one? Ah, yes, I'm so winning this.
3-0.
Wait a minute. What? What the fuck? Golf. It's basically just golf on Wii Sports. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Just hit the balls with the club as hard as you can. And that's not a suggestion, by the way. It's a command. And of course, we have bowling. You can't have Wii Sports without bowling. Like golf, it's nothing all that new, just better motion controls and a new paint job. But then there's 100-pin bowling, like, oh my god, this is insane! It's just like that last stage in Power Throws in the original Wii Sports, but it's a full bowling game now! I loved how there's Miis gathered on either side of the lane and they start jumping as soon as the ball rolls past them. Getting a strike in this mode just feels great. And just like in the original Wii Sports, I dicked around from time to time. I'd make the ball ricochet on the barriers and hit the pins in a way that made the next throw look like a huge clusterfuck. And my beloved spin control is back. This time it's structured like a regular bowling game instead of having one single pin to knock down. It also spices things up with some moving barriers. Power cruising, the second sport to use the nunchuck. Sorry man, archery beat you to it. Maybe next year. Hold the Wii Remote and nunchuck like you would the handles on a jet ski. Give the Wii Remote a nice twist to get a speed boost and go through these checkpoints before time runs out. How did these timers get repaired after I sliced them in half, I wonder? Regardless, pretty fun time. Bound to get anybody into water-related sports. I hope canoeing is just as fun. Yeah, it's just like real canoeing, there's ducks! I liked doing cycling every now and again. It's a road race around Woohoo Island. These 3 hearts show how much energy you have, and if you cycle too hard you'll lose them and your Mii will take a drink to regain them. And for some reason I really liked this drinking animation. Just how my Mii turns blue. But then he realizes, wait a minute, I'm not in a James Cameron movie, and then drinks some happy juice to snap out of it. We got a few different air sports, like skydiving, which I talked a bit about earlier, but we also have island flyover. Hop in a plane, join the Mile High Club, and get 5 minutes to explore Woohoo Island. And there's quite a bit to it. There's these little eye points connected to different landmarks, and there's over 80 to collect. And as you collect them, you unlock different things like balloons to shoot, different times of day to fly in, a passenger to scare the living shit out of. You got all these caves to explore, you could fly into the volcano or Wedge Island where all the golfing action is. But something I really liked doing was flying straight up, going as high as I could and then cutting the engine. So that's Wii Sports Resort in a nutshell, and man, it was such a blast. It was even able to bring my family together more than the original Wii Sports did. I already mentioned how they each had their favorite sport to play, but we'd all play them together from time to time. Hell, I'm pretty sure a few days after getting it, my dad went out and came home with a second Wii Motion Plus. One funny memory I have is from like a year later. For fun, my brother and I were talking about holding this Wii Sports Resort competition. We were printing out tickets and practicing for it and everything. But I think first grade me took it a little bit too seriously. I invited everybody at school, including the principal, because the Wii is for everybody, goddammit. But even when I didn't have anybody to play with, I had a way to make it work. I'd do a 4-player bowling game by myself with a single Wii remote, and do a little tournament between the Miis. I'd even give them each their own throwing styles, like for example, whenever it was Mario's turn, I'd roll the ball as slowly as I could. I'd even talk over the game as if I were some stupid-ass sports commentator. Alright, Mario's up to bowl now. He's lining up his shot. When's he gonna stop doing this shit? How the fuck did I lose to what were effectively 3 other versions of myself? But I can't forget about the settings menu. I saw the import from Check Me Out channel option, which basically allowed the game to take me from the Check Me Out channel to be opponents and spectators. I excitedly enabled this thinking it would actually download the Check Me Out channel, only to have happiness ripped away from me yet again. Overall, this game was awesome. And it was just really cool of my abuelo to get us all these games while we were away. I'm never gonna forget that. I really miss you, abuelo. Now before we move on, let's take a step back and really take a look at the lineup that I had so far. Definitely not a terrible one. We got a bunch of those fantastic Wii series games with the Miis, everything else, and one Mario game. What? I'm coming on to 2 years of Wii ownership, and in those 2 years I only got 1 Mario game, and it's Mario Kart Wii? Don't get me wrong, I love Mario Kart Wii dearly, but the fact that the only Mario game I had for Wii was Mario Kart Wii isn't the problem. The problem is the fact that Mario Kart Wii was the only Mario game I had for Wii. I was a Mario nut. How in the hell did I only have 1 of his games on this console? Now, this isn't to say that this was something I was actively complaining about at the time. Again, I had multiple Mario games on my DS, and there were a few of his Wii games that I wanted, and as it turned out, I wouldn't have to wait much longer to get them. August 16th, 2010 marks the day that I got my hands on a new Mario adventure. I said a new Mario adventure. There we go. New Super Mario Bros. Wii, a follow-up to New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. Now I could go in depth on the original game, but I'll save that for another time. In short, it's a fun 2D Mario side-scroller that I loved. So getting this sequel on the Wii was a pretty big deal. The box was red, that alone should be a reason to get this game. Unfortunately, I don't remember the specific circumstances in which we got NSMB Wii. It just kinda popped up. It was probably a situation where my brother and I wanted it. We were watching trailers and such, but I don't have any concrete memories of that either. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it went, but I'm not sure. But in the end, what mattered was that I got the game, my second Mario title for Wii. So let's not waste any more time. Let's pop the disc in and see what Mario and the gang have in store for us.
New Super Mario Brothers. Wee-hee!
Hold the Wii remote sideways? Yeah, I'd assume so. This is a platformer after all. Holy shit, it's Mario! I love this title screen, that catchy, upbeat music, and all the characters running to God knows where. It made you feel like you were really about to embark on a new Mario adventure. This was gonna be just like that DS game I loved, but even bigger and better than before, and with a bunch of new shit. So what are we waiting for? Let's start a new save and get going. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can play with up to 4 other people? That's right, my friend. New Super Mario Bros. Wii is the first Mario game to feature simultaneous co-op with up to 4 players. But that's something we'll get into later, because a certain turtle is about to commit his 13th count of abduction. Oh, won't you look at that? It's Peach's birthday. Everybody's celebrating and having a great time, and who the fuck gifted her a penguin? So you've just become the proud owner of a penguin. Congratulations, you now likely have an arrest warrant. But who really cares about that boring shit? Besides, the police won't get you, they have to find you first. In the meantime, I'm gonna give you some helpful tips on raising your new pet penguin. Tip number 1. If you don't already have a large 25-foot deep pool in your backyard, well, you better get one specifically filled with clean salt water that he's probably gonna shit in every 20 minutes or so. Tip number 2. Buckets upon buckets of fresh fish. Yeah, the 20-minute shitting doesn't happen for no reason. Penguins have fast metabolisms. They eat fish like crack. Tip number 3. Penguins make some pretty demonic sounds, and they like to show them off to other penguins. If they can't, they're gonna get pretty fucking depressed, so you might want to consider getting, say like 20 other arrest warrants, give or take. Okay, but real talk, this is just one of the new power-ups introduced in the game. But hey, hang on a sec, who brought this giant cake in here? Oh my god, it's a fucking ambush. Oh my god, okay, this isn't even an abduction anymore, this is just straight up attempted murder. And so Mario and the gang chase after Bowser in his airship, and in a last-ditch effort, these toads launch Peach's presents out of a cannon after mistaking them for offensive weapons. Which, I mean, they kind of are. Happy birthday, Princess Peach. The Toads have worked tirelessly to surprise you with your best birthday gift yet. Chemical warfare. Okay, that's not really what I was thinking while watching this. It was more so something like, ooh, I can't wait to get the penguin power up. And so the adventure begins. World 1. The music here really does give off the vibe of, aw shit, we gotta get Peach back again. We really can't have Bowser knowing about that mustard power-up the Toads have been working on. Mario, you're our only hope!
Oh no!
You're doing great. We got all the basic 2D Mario needs. Use the D-pad to move, hold the 1 button to run, and press 2 to jump. But come on, this is a Wii game. We need a little dose of that motion control magic. That's where the propeller mushroom comes in. Shake the Wii remote to fly, and while you're hovering in the air, you can hold down on the D-pad to do a fast drill spin to the ground. Overall, pretty good power-up to start the game with. I wonder what the next level's gonna bring. No goddamn way. The Fire Flower's weird cousin, the Ice Flower. This isn't really a new power-up. It dates back to 1992, but this was the first time I was seeing it. It's pretty much just the Fire Flower, but instead of shooting fire, you shoot ice that'll freeze your enemies in a block of it. From there, you can pick them up and throw them, or crush them, or whatever. But I never really liked how you had to press 1 and shake the Wii remote to pick up objects. It's not even just for enemies trapped in ice, it also applies for things like POW blocks. As for the rest of 1-2, I really liked the level design, mainly with the very crystally platforms and background elements. Except for this though, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the tilt lift. These appear throughout the game, and at first it's nothing all that special, but when you stand on it, you can control it by tilting the Wii remote. Another thing I love about the level design for not just 1-2, but the entire game really, is how you have all these little secret areas you can get to. Sometimes you can access them through pipes, and sometimes you can just seem to walk straight through the wall. As for what you can find in these areas, well, there's a few things, but probably the most notable is the star coin. Each level in the game has 3 of them. Some of them are easy to find, while some of them are a bit harder. But I more or less kinda skipped out on them. Again, being as young as I wasn't exactly focused on nabbing all these collectibles. If I happened to get a star coin, good for me. I was gonna keep going until I defeated Bowser. I was very point A to point B oriented. My brother, on the other hand, had a very different mindset. Just like how he wanted to 100% Mario Kart Wii, whenever he'd play NSNB Wii, he would always try to get every star coin in every stage. I mean, it only makes sense. Being 5 years older than me, he already liked getting into the intricacies of the games he played for a while. Every secret, every collectible, hell, background of the games themselves. And he'd always try to encourage me to get into those aspects more. I remember one day he showed me a picture of this guy. I've never seen this man before in my life. Who is he? My brother pointed to him and said, "He created Mario." No fucking way. Him? He's the one behind it all? And that wasn't all, because then my brother told me, imagine if you could beat him at his own game. Really? Me? I could do it? That'd be awesome. And so from that day on, I'd make absolutely no changes to my playstyle. I don't think it was because I didn't care per se. I mean, the idea of beating this guy was definitely something I liked, but I guess I was just content with how I played already. So yeah. However, it was pretty cool hearing about this Shigeru Miyamoto guy for the first time. Anyway, Mushroom House! Going into one of these would give you the chance to score some good items. Climb on the wall, match 2 of them, and they're yours. Just be careful not to match Bowser or Bowser Jr., but if you do manage to win some, you can press 1 on the world map to open the item menu where you can see and apply any that you have in reserve. Oh hell yeah, now we're talking. Yoshi is yet another mainstay in the Mario series, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen in the original New Super game on DS, so it's awesome that he's here. With his super extendable tongue, he can eat fruit, enemies, plants, fire. You can also do a flutter jump by holding 2, which would give you a bit more airtime. Oh yeah, and by the way, this is when Bowser Jr. starts abducting Toads and hiding them in random levels. Specifically cramming them into item boxes. I swear to God, this is an actual torture method. Nothing like the good old human rights violation in my Mario game. I never really bothered with rescuing these Toads though, I wasn't super big on backtracking. Besides, I just unlocked the first tower level, Toad can wait.
It's a good time.
I always heard this as "it's a good time." We're climbing up the tower, jumping on swinging platforms, freezing up dry bones, and facing off against Larry Koopa. All you need to do is jump on his head 3 times, then you're good. I always had a soft spot for 1-4. It's a water level, but the atmosphere and music are just so pleasant and relaxing. Don't get me wrong, it's not all free of danger. There are clams and these fish will try to eat you, but all in all, it's great. I wonder what's next. Oh shit. So occasionally you'll have to deal with these sections in the world map. The enemy, in this case the Goomba, will move around the area as you do, and you have to avoid colliding with it. And if you do, you have to complete a type of battle stage. Toad is trapped in this chest, and in order to free him, you need to collect all the Toad balloons while fighting off enemies. And once you do, you get a few mushrooms as a reward. Let's skip ahead to the first castle level. I do like these better than the towers. They each have their own thing going on for them gameplay wise. World 1's castle uses a lot of these cogs, and World 2 you have to guess the correct path as the level auto-scrolls. Little gimmicks like that. We're fighting Larry Koopa again, but this time there's a twist. And it's not just the fact that there's a little hallway you get to run down beforehand. Kamek comes in and casts a spell on the room, causing parts of the floor to start moving up and down. So yeah, it's basically the same fight, but with a little extra spice added to the environment. Once we're through that, we get a key and we get to go to the next world. Man, you gotta love the desert theme for every World 2 and every Mario game ever. For the sake of time, I'm not gonna go super in depth on World 2 and 3, but I'll still talk about some notable aspects of them. At least to me. 2-2, a nice adventure in the desert with some cool music, and fuck you, you fucking prick! 2-1 is better anyway, it has sand geysers. 2-3 on the other hand was one that I remember having some difficulty with, purely because of how limited the visibility was. Jesus Christ, why is it so windy? Time to fight Roy, let's do this. What you got for me, Kamek? Alright, that's just cheating. Snowman's Land time, baby. It's time for the penguin power-up. And for some reason, you can also shoot ice balls just like the ice flower. But you can also slide on your belly by pressing down on the D-pad while running, which is always fun. But what isn't fun is being stuck on 3-2 because I just suck at video games, I guess. Wait a minute, what's this? The super guide. Luigi showing me how to do the course? Well, that'd be very helpful. I can sit back, relax, and let someone else do all the work. This game is so much fun. Oh, and I can just go to the next level?
Aw, kick fucking ass! Life is kinda cool sometimes.
Whoa, man, that's a lot of icicles. World 3's tower has us going against Lemmy, who fights with yellow circus balls, which are surprisingly effective. 3-4, sliding ice blocks, and that's it. That's pretty much as far as I got. It might be because at this point the game makes you do some weird shit with this button. Then you gotta go back into 3-4 and complete it again through a different route, which was just way too complex for my 6-year-old brain to understand at this time. I might have gotten into World 4, but I'm not entirely sure. I could be transposing that from the original New Super Mario Bros., which, by some fucking miracle, I did actually beat the game. But as far as Wii is concerned, this is pretty much where it ended for me. Which sucks ass, because I'd watch videos of the final boss on YouTube with the giant Bowser chasing after you and think, holy shit, there's no way I'd be able to do this. However, I did get into World 5 using a super secret method.
It was the cannon, wasn't it?
Yeah. 1-3 has this secret passage that leads you to this cannon that will launch you directly into World 5. I can't remember if my brother found it and then he showed it to me, or if I found it on my own. But if it was me, then let's give a round of applause to that 6-year-old. His brain is in fact developing. But I didn't get too far into it. I played a few levels with these vines and walking piranha plants. I guess I just felt a bit overwhelmed. Like, where the hell am I? Just in the middle of the forest? There's a wiggler just chilling over there? I skipped a whole world. I shouldn't be here yet. Also, I love the world selection menu, just how it goes in a circle. You know what? This adventure's too hard. I'm gonna go back to Peach's castle and take a nap. Oh, so that's what those star coins are for. Hint movies. Super skills. Now, you think that'd be all for this game, but I still have yet to get into the multiplayer. This was a pretty huge feature. It's literally advertised on the box. And my brother and I would play together a lot. Specifically, Coin Battle and Free For All. They're both pretty much the same gameplay-wise, with a few differences. Like in Coin Battle, you gotta try and get more coins than everybody else. And while my brother and I didn't really get the complete 4-player experience that was advertised since it was just the two of us, it was still really damn fun. You could pick each other up and maybe throw your friend into the abyss if you're feeling petty after he stole your mushroom, and whenever you die, you float back on screen in this bubble which the other players have to pop. We were able to play on just about every level from the main game, but our favorite was definitely 8-7. It was one of the recommended courses, and for good reason. A dangerous, fiery roller coaster with twists and turns. And although we died a lot, it was an absolute blast. New Super Mario Bros. Wii in general was awesome. It made me love Mario even more than I already did, truly reinforced my obsession. But not too long after getting this game, there would be a completely new obsession introduced into my life. One that could rival the ones I already had. It's September 26th, and my brother is helping me sign up for my very own account on a website called Roblox. Now, many of you probably know Roblox today as that massive online gaming platform, but back in 2010 it was a very different story. Dubbed as an online social hangout where you can build things, make little games, and meet new friends, a place where the graphics didn't look like this, they looked like this. And I was about to be indoctrinated in it. The username I chose for myself? What the fuck did you think it was gonna be? And oh boy, this became a big deal for me. There were so many places to visit and explore, so many fun little games and ways to customize my character.
Okay, what does any of this have to do with the Wii?
I'm fucking getting to that. It didn't take me long after signing up to ask the all-important question. If 90% of the stuff on this Roblox thing were made by other people, wouldn't that mean there'd also be some cool Wii or Mario stuff on here as well? Yes. You clicked on a video called Wii Memories and you thought it was just gonna be me talking about some Wii games I played as a kid? Nah man, I scraped at the very back of my mind for this. Anything I can recall that was even remotely Wii related, I'm including here. For instance, Club Penguin. It has no relevance here apart from the fact that my username was Wii followed by my area code. I fucking wish I was making that up. Destroy the Wii and Wii remote. What better way to indulge in my love of the Wii on Roblox than destroying it? Oh, and for all you youngins out there, BC stands for Builders Club, which is now known as Roblox Premium. Oh, check this place out. There's a giant Wii and Wii remote to destroy. Pick out a weapon and left click to your heart's content. Oh, I'm spamming the shit out of it right now. It's just that these tools are broken after well over a decade's worth of updates. So yeah, we got pretty much nothing to do here besides sitting around with this giant Wii. But every 6 seconds you get 5 Wii points that you can use to buy weapons. I see what you did there. Naturally, this takes a long-ass time, so while we're waiting, let's see if the regeneration still works. Holy shit. Anyway, I got this multi-rocket. It'll only shoot in a specific direction for some reason, but it works. I can break off the Wii logo on the remote, so that's pretty awesome. But I'm not gonna settle for that. I'm determined to destroy this Wii. I can't not love these classic planes. They also don't work, so I guess the only thing left for us to do is to wait until we get 800 Wii points for the fast rocket. Alright, and yes, we got it. Still only firing in a specific direction, but at least I'm doing way more damage now. Hey look, there's Wii Sports Resort Swordplay on here. I used to play this, but unfortunately it was made private a long time ago. But luckily there is footage of it available on YouTube. Players are split into a red and blue team, and one member from each will go against each other. But while we can't play this game, at least we can still play Red Plumber Adventure Obby. Now initially it didn't used to look like this. It was made back in 2009 as Mario Adventure Obby, and it used assets from New Super Mario Bros. Wii. But when Nintendo caught wind of it a few years back, they weren't too happy about it, so we ended up getting this Red Plumber reskin. As humorous as the new version is with how it tries to get around copyright, I loved playing the original back in the day. It really felt like a fun little Mario adventure. In fact, if anyone knows where to find the file for the original version before the reskin, please tell me. So those were a few Wii adjacent places on Roblox I used to dick around on, but what about the free models, little pre-made assets made by other Roblox players that you can use in your place? So naturally, I saved a bunch of Wii stuff. We got a model of Swordplay. I get a sword and can even turn myself into a Mii. Yeah, that's a Mii alright. This is amazing. There's even Wii Sports Resort decals. A Mii channel model? I need to check this out. It's just a bunch of Miis hanging around. I guess this window is supposed to be a TV screen. If you walk past it, you get a better idea as to what the Miis are up to. Which is great, because then I can feel one with them.
This place is nothing but Miis.
You can say that again.
Yo, yo, yo! Yo!
Oh, we got a little bit of murder here, that's nice.
La 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 la.
Oh, we got heads spinning over here. And this Mii's also dancing, and this Mii, cannot breed. Oh my god, the classic Roblox Wii hoodie. I so need to wear this right now. That looks so sick. I had way too many models of these entertainment centers with Wiis in them. It was interesting to see how people tried to replicate the designs of these consoles with Roblox's, at the time, relatively basic building tools. The same can be said for pretty much anything else really, like those Miis we looked at earlier. This is apparently a Wii balance board. Alright. And this is a guy playing Wii Fit. He's winning. I'm so happy for him. Got a bunch of Wii games as well. They're just basic parts with a Wii game decal slapped on. Some of them were familiar, some of them weren't, and holy shit, Roblox is on the Wii? Here's a giant Wii that I can climb on top of. At this point, Roblox was slowly but surely becoming the next big thing for me. But despite this, my Wii was able to coexist with it. Come on, you think I was gonna completely drop my Wii obsession for some knockoff Lego game? What do you think, I'm nuts? I still care deeply about my Wii. Why would I have dicked around with all this Wii stuff on Roblox if I didn't? However, I'll be damned if I don't get a new Wii game at some point soon. We've been on a pretty good hot streak as of late, and I didn't want it to end just yet. And luckily it wouldn't, because one day in November, my parents came home with a brand new Mario game. An out-of-this-world Mario game, too. I said an out-of-this-world Mario game, too. There we go. Super Mario Galaxy 2. Yeah, so I never had Galaxy 1, but that's not to say I never played the original. I remember dicking around on it at someone's house one time, just wandering around the Comet Observatory. I don't think I knew I had to grab these little star things to actually access the galaxies, so yeah, I didn't play for that long. Galaxy 1 was just more elusive to me overall, especially with Galaxy 2 being the one I'd end up being more familiar with. The difference to me was quite literally night and day, but that didn't really matter in the end though, since both of these games told pretty much the same story, albeit in very different ways. But I was happy to get Galaxy 2 regardless. It was a game I did want after all. I remember my brother showing me the trailer and just thinking, oh my god, Mario can run around on grass? Flying through space, exploring different planets, this game just felt so expansive and beautiful. Truly the adventure of a lifetime. And now that I had it, I was ready to dive right in.
Super Mario Galaxy! Woohoo!
Oh shit, hold on, give me a sec. Oh, there it is. So I gotta create a save file, and I can use these Mario characters to represent me. Unless... oh my god, I'm a planet! The game opens with this 2D storybook type deal, playing as Mario heading towards Peach's castle, all while these stars fall to the ground. That's because it's the Star Festival, where every 100 years some comet passes by and releases these star bits. These star bits can be collected by running into them or by hovering over them with the Wii Remote's pointer. Anyway, Mario finds a Luma on the ground, and this Luma takes a liking to Mario and then starts living in his hat, which fills him with warmth or something. Kind of weird, but alright. From this point on, we can do a spin move by shaking the Wii Remote. Oh man, this seems pretty powerful. I can literally shatter crystals. Nothing can possibly get in my way. Oh, are you serious? Bowser's out here pulling a Cloverfield? Why didn't I think of that? But that's not the worst part. He's got Peach, and he's taking her to the center of the universe. Who's gonna tell him? Well, he's taking her somewhere, and we gotta get her back, so one of these other Lumas sacrifices himself by transforming into a launch star, which takes us to the first level, Sky Station Galaxy. We fly in, and then... wow. Do I really need to say anything here? The visuals, the orchestral music, and sense of adventure, it's all so amazing. Sphere walking allowed for some awesome level design with levels twisting and turning, really giving a massive fuck you to gravity. But you can still fall off in some places, and when you do, well, too bad, so sad. Anyway, we're at the first boss now, Pee-wee Piranha. Jesus Christ, dude, now I feel bad. But hey, we got a power star out of it, the first of many. After getting away with murder, we meet Lubba on his planet spaceship hybrid. Now, I don't know about you, but I love Lubba. He always specifically gave me this fun uncle vibe, a pretty chill dude. This ship runs off of power stars, so Lubba makes Mario an offer. The ship will be Mario's very own as long as he gets the power stars for fuel. And I mean that literally because they renovate it to look just like Mario's head. Ladies and gentlemen, Starship Mario. It serves as Galaxy 2's main hub area that you can run around and explore in. Believe me when I tell you, I loved it. It felt very peaceful, happy, and at home. And while there's not a whole lot here right now, as you make progress, Starship Mario will slowly become populated with little knickknacks and NPCs you've met in other galaxies, such as Yoshi and Toads. Speaking of which, Bank Toad and Mail Toad also come aboard. Their names are pretty self-explanatory. The Bank Toad lets you deposit and withdraw star bits, and the Mail Toad will deliver you messages if you have any. So this is all well and great, but what about the galaxies? How do we get to those? Well, just step up on this yellow button in front of the wheel and you're met with the world map. We can go back to Sky Station Galaxy and do its next mission, but we can also go to Yoshi Star Galaxy.
Yes!
I swear, man, the music here is etched into my mind permanently. It's probably one of the first things I think of when Galaxy 2 comes to mind. It's got Yoshi, for fuck's sake. How could you not love it? He has all the Yoshi necessities, devouring objects and living beings, flutter jumping, but I really enjoyed the different power-ups he could get later on in the game, like Dash Yoshi, Bulb Yoshi, and Blimp Yoshi. But Yoshi's not the only one with cool new power-ups. Spin Dig Galaxy introduces the Spin Drill. By shaking the Wii Remote while standing on dirt, Mario will dig straight down. This galaxy also has probably one of my favorite bosses in the game, Dig-a-Leg. You run around this small circular planet trying to position yourself opposite to Dig-a-Leg. From there, you gotta use the spin drill to break his glass underside 3 times to get the power star. You got the Cloud Flower, which allows Mario to make clouds out of thin air, the Rock Mushroom, which lets Mario turn into a fast-rolling boulder. I love the way it's first utilized too, with this whole bowling thing. Tall Trunk Galaxy introduces the Blimp Fruit, which turns Yoshi into a blimp like I mentioned earlier, but its second mission has you going down a fun slide, all while avoiding prickly plants, spinies, and wigglers. Right Side Down Galaxy, it's mostly in a 2D perspective, but it changes things up by flipping gravity around. Also, a surprise appearance from the Fire Flower, you'll love to see it. There's a ton more galaxies I can mention. Haunty Halls, Freezy Flake, Chomp Works, Honey Hop, Hightail Falls, Wild Glide, Puzzle Plank, Cosmic Cove. All of these I have fond memories of. Some of them even have their own bosses too, like Gobblegut, King Lakitu, and Rolladillo. I got pretty far in Galaxy 2, but I was cut off at World 5. I needed 55 stars to progress. No biggie, this wasn't the first time I'd been gated off like this. I just needed to go back into some of the previous galaxies and complete their other missions. Except I already did that. Of course, I didn't complete all of them, but I did all the ones my tiny 6-year-old brain could figure out. I mean, there were these hidden stars, which I don't remember being able to find any of them. However, I do remember trying to do the Stomp Challenge in Fluffy Bluff Galaxy, and I just couldn't do it. I didn't have it in me. So yeah, World 5 was as far as I was gonna get, which, you know what, that's not bad at all considering that World 6 was the last one. So, good job, young me, you did what you could. But there's still something I've yet to mention, the Hungry Lumas that you find on the world map. I remember these guys fondly, but not for the reasons you'd probably expect. They worked like this. You'd see them on the world map, call them onto Starship Mario, feed them a certain amount of star bits, and then they transform into a new galaxy. I didn't treat them like this, however. See, growing up, we'd have family friends stop by to hang out many times. My mom would tell me, oh, so-and-so is coming over later, more times than I could count. And for some reason, 6-year-old me decided to transpose these experiences onto Super Mario Galaxy 2. I viewed these Hungry Lumas as friends visiting Starship Mario, like, ah, cool, Hungry Luma's coming over today. And we just chill pretty much. It sounds dumb, I know, but again, I was 6 years old, and you know what, even today, it still puts a bit of a smile on my face. Super Mario Galaxy 2 was a really fun game, and I enjoyed every second of it. But there was another game that I really had my eye on. One that I had known about and wanted for the better part of a year. Wii Fit Plus. This was an expansion to my beloved Wii Fit. It's been made bigger and better than ever before, with new content. I can't remember exactly how I initially found out about Wii Fit Plus, but I know for a fact that my hype surrounding it increased after watching YouTube videos about it, specifically ones uploaded by the BitBlock, aka Josh Thomas. Now, a lot of people don't like Joshy, and for good reason. He's not a very good dude, to put it lightly. And it really sucks to see. Like, when I was around 5-6 years old and first watching him, he seemed like a pretty cool guy making all these fun Wii videos. But coming back to him years later and seeing the kind of person he really is honestly breaks my heart. He wasn't the first YouTuber that I liked. That title would go to Fred.
I bet while I'm here, I might as well get some squirrel food.
But I still watched a lot of his Wii Folder videos on repeat, specifically his Wii Fit Plus video tours. which, as I've alluded to earlier, were part of what got me very excited about this new Wii Fit game. Just watching all these new Training Plus minigames demonstrated with commentary just made me think, well, I need to get this. That, alongside the love I already had for the original Wii Fit, pretty much solidified Wii Fit Plus as a must-play for me. And I was even able to get a taste of it at Bimmy and Jimmy's house one time, since they got their copy of Wii Fit Plus not too long after it originally came out. I played Perfect 10, Rhythm Kung Fu, Bird's Eye Bullseye, Obstacle Course, pretty much all the ones Joshy demoed.
You guys can sit back and eat a hamburger or something like that.
I played on Jimmy's profile, and I remember on his calendar screen I saw this door on the bottom left. And I audibly said, "Oh look, a door," to which Jimmy responded, "That's my door." Yeah, just a warning for everybody, do not click on that door. Jimmy will have you arrested for trespassing. That is his door. Also, a very huge special thanks to Jifame for playing the part of Jimmy, since I cannot for the life of me remember what his Mii looked like. Unfortunately, I didn't borrow Wii Fit Plus from them like I did with Mario Kart Wii, but at least I had the original Wii Fit to hold me over until I'd get my very own copy, bundled with a Wii balance board on Christmas Day 2010. Now you're probably wondering as to why I got the Wii balance board bundle when I already had a Wii balance board, especially considering that Wii Fit Plus was also available by itself for like 20 bucks. Well, I don't remember exactly why, but I mean, hey, it was cool to get a second balance board, I guess. And plus, I was excited as hell to get this game. I didn't care. So first thing I did after we opened gifts, I turned on the Wii, unboxed the game, and popped the disc in. He's back, everybody. He's back with the vengeance. So Wii Fit Plus starts off with a little rundown of all the new stuff. One cool thing is that your Wii Fit Plus save data will be created based on your original Wii Fit data if you have any. So you don't have to do that starting body test again, you just get this floating cube and Theodore from Alvin and the Chipmunks. We're taken to the Wii Fit Plaza, and yeah, it's pretty much just Wii Fit. Everything I've said about the original game still applies here. We're really just taking a look at all the new stuff in this version. But we're already presented with two new options, Pet Stats and Multiplayer. But we'll get to those in a bit. First, I want to go over the new minigames in Training Plus. First up, we have Perfect 10. You gotta swing your hips around hitting numbered mushrooms to add up to the number 10, with the advanced and expert difficulties upping it to 15 and 20. It's pretty simple, you just gotta use your brain, jam out to the funky music, and complete all 20 rounds before time runs out. But then the game adds a fourth mushroom, as well as negatives, which makes things more complex. I remember this was when I'd start fucking up. My brain wasn't work so good, so I'd end up losing. But you know what they say, practice makes perfect. 10. It's pretty fun overall, and I'd play it a lot. Hell, one time in the coming years, I told my second grade teacher about Perfect 10 just because how it was based around math. Island cycling. Ride a bike around Woohoo Island by lightly jogging on the Wii balance board while controlling your direction by tilting the Wii remote on its side. You just gotta hit all the checkpoints and go back to the starting line. There's no time limit either, just ride at your leisure pretty much. However, the game does score you based on the distance traveled. I don't remember playing this one as much, but the game right after it, I played all the time. Rhythm Kung Fu. It takes place in a dojo with 5 Miis standing on balance boards with you in the middle. You have to mimic the moves of the Miis on the outside. These moves can be punches, kicks, and sometimes you'll have to quickly move both your arms forward to do this. This is Rhythm Kung Fu though, so you gotta do all of this to the beat of the music. It was a little bit frightening, but they fought with expert timing. I remember the first time I saw this happen, I thought it was super funny. Just how my Mii was still doing the moves in the results screen with his fucking pot stuck on his head. There's an advanced difficulty too that spices things up by messing with the timing and making you do multiple moves back to back. Driving range was interesting, like first you need to select your dominant hand and then it takes you right to a golf lesson. Basically how to balance yourself and shift your weight while swinging the golf club. I did like this screen back in the day. Maybe it was the music, or I just liked looking at this graph with my Mii doing a swing while this red line goes up and down. 6-year-old me probably didn't know what any of this shit meant, yet I'd still always went to analyze my swing. As for the game itself, it's not exactly like your typical Wii Sports Golf. Again, the goal isn't just to get the ball as close to the hole as possible, but it's also about properly balancing yourself. It's far from bad, but I wouldn't play it as much as the other minigames. The swing analysis can only keep me coming back so many times. Segway circuit. You lean back and forth on the balance board to move forward on your Segway, and you tilt the Wii remote to turn left and right. Your goal is to pop all the balloons that are being moved around by the moles, and there's this little Mii dog that'll follow you and help you pop them with a quick press of the A button. There's even a little boss battle of sorts with this mole that carries a balloon on him while he runs away from you. And there's also an advanced and expert mode too, both of which take place in different areas of Woohoo Island. And it's pretty fun, it really makes you feel like Paul Blart. Bird's eye, bullseye, flap your arms to fly. And the game reads the movements pretty damn well actually. You don't even use a Wii remote, you just stand on the board and fly away. You need to land on these numbered platforms to add time, and at the end you have this big target to land on. Snowball fight was damn fun, I really liked this one. You lean side to side behind cover and you aim at your opponents with the Wii remote's pointer. To shoot, press A. You get 3 hearts, and getting hit with a snowball will cost you 1, with your view being obstructed by snow. Not to worry though, you will regain them by simply not getting hit for a certain period of time. Along with the Mii opponents, you'll see some dressed up as snowmen who need to be hit twice to knock out. And let me tell you, with this whole thing being set in a stadium-like environment, it just made me wish there were actual snowball fight competitions like this in real life. Holy shit, there are. We now come on to what was probably my favorite minigame in Wii Fit Plus. Obstacle Course. It's very self-explanatory. Get from point A to point B on a floating obstacle course while getting past wrecking balls, rolling logs, and jumping over gaps and oh, fucking hell, dude. The beginner difficulty has 4 stages, each ending with an elevator to the next. A weird thing I used to do was that because my Mii would stop moving the second I stepped on the elevator, I jumped just a few inches beforehand so I'd be standing a little further on it. Why, you may ask? Because I thought it was fun. There's also an advanced difficulty taking place at dusk with new obstacles, primarily involving conveyor belts and slippery ice platforms. All of this alongside the nice, upbeat music that plays, made for a game that I'd play all the time. Whenever I'd fall, I'd mimic this movement Joshi made in his gameplay video. But I remember also wondering when I'd unlock the expert difficulty and what new and exciting challenges it would bring. And then I discovered the horrible truth. For real though, I love this game. But one passing thought I'd have from time to time was, where in the actual hell was I? What ocean were these sets of levitating obstacle courses situated seemingly thousands of feet above? I'd be scared shitless if I were here in real life, but still, it's damn fun. Tilt City is a nice, relaxing, yet difficult game all about segregation. You need to roll these colored balls into their matching pipes by tilting the Wii remote and leaning side to side. Dropping a ball in its correct pipe will also launch a firework in the background, and in the case of these Mii balls, the firework will resemble their face. It's a fun little time, and although I played it relatively infrequently from what I can remember, it might have actually played a part in sparking my love of cityscapes at nighttime. Such a chill aesthetic for me personally, the calm yet busy atmosphere with all the lights and stars. Rhythm Parade was alright, it was kind of like Island Cycling where I never really played it that much. I guess the idea of being in a marching band just never really appealed to me, but it would definitely appeal to my friend Matthew, who is actually in a marching band. You need to step on the balance board to the beat and shake the Wii Remote and or nunchuck according to the on-screen prompts. I actually do like Rhythm Parade a lot more nowadays. It's fun and the music is pretty nice. See, that's one thing I love, being able to actually enjoy something more than you initially did or that you didn't think you would. Big top juggling, lean side to side to balance yourself on the ball while using the Wii Remote and nunchuck to juggle. I suppose you can say it has a similar setup to hula hoop, where these two Miis will throw you additional balls to juggle, but sometimes they'll also throw bombs, so be careful. Skateboard Arena was probably my least favorite, to be honest. Which sucks, because at this point I already really liked playing Tony Hawk's American Skateland on DS, so having a skateboarding game on Wii Fit sounded cool. But unfortunately it doesn't control that well, at least for me. Pushing off the ground and jumping in particular just felt pretty unresponsive. I think I was also just bad at tilting left and right to control my movement with the balance board rotated to the side. Because if you remember much earlier on, I mentioned how I was bad at snowboard slalom. It was definitely an issue there, and it's an issue here as well. Out of all the new minigames in Wii Fit Plus, Skateboard Arena was definitely the one I played the least in the end. We are now on to the last 3 Training Plus minigames, and they're all follow-ups to games from the original Wii Fit, with the first one being Table Tilt Plus. The tube-like Purgatory has returned with a blue and purple makeover. The gameplay is pretty much the same as the original Table Tilt, but there's more twists this time around. There's moving parts, little orange craters that'll launch you up, orange blocks that'll push you back, and the cylinders that move up and down. It's definitely more difficult now, and I know for a fact that I had some trouble with this one. Table Tilt Plus is a fun time, although I do wish it also had an advanced difficulty like the original Table Tilt. Balance Bubble Plus is a follow-up to Balance Bubble, and oh wait, hold on. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so they changed the music for this one, and for some reason I did not like it. Not that I thought it was bad, but more like it off-put me, like those scary white people in Active Life. So for a good period of time, I'd play Balance Bubble Plus with the volume muted. Problem solved. Actually, now that I mentioned that, I probably would have enjoyed Active Life a lot more if I just played it with the TV turned off. I should try that sometime. As for the game itself, it's much better than the original. We got more moving parts, a dark section, and the return of the bees. Last but not least, Basic Run Plus. It's literally just Basic Run, but there's a fun quiz at the end now that tests you on how observant you were during your run, asking you questions like what Mario sprites you saw, how many dogs ran past you, and what color the sea was. Okay, that's not all they added. There are some new jogging paths here too. You'll be running on logs, rooftops, cruise ships, and more. So those were the new Training Plus minigames, and honestly, I was not disappointed. Yeah, there were some I enjoyed more than others, but they were all fun in their own right. But that's not all for Wii Fit Plus, because there's also My Wii Fit Plus, a little section of the game that allows you to choose from a variety of routines. These are the routines in question. They're essentially little playlists of certain activities targeting specific areas. I do a few of these workouts, but for the most part I just liked seeing these pictures of me's just hanging out, sleeping, eating, and experiencing arthritis. You can even combine these routines to create Wii Fit Plus the movie, coming soon to theaters. But if you're thinking like, oh, these are all just routines created by Nintendo, I want to create my own routine. Well, I have good news for you, because in My Routine, you can create your very own routine. It'll only let you pick yoga and strength training exercises though, which is honestly a bummer. I mean, you have everything else in your official routine, so why am I not allowed to have them in my routine? You have the favorites menu, which keeps track of what games you've played the most, what you've played the least, and what you've played recently. You got the calorie check, which tells you how many calories you've burned and what food it's equivalent to. See, today I burned the equivalent of around 1.5 slices of turkey tits and 2 hard candies. Now, I definitely had no idea what any of this meant, You can set a daily calorie burn goal, but I just look at this menu and go, oh man, I love chocolate bars. But yeah, that and being able to practice balance tests, that's pretty much my Wii Fit Plus. And because this is where the door on the calendar screen led to, I'll see you in court, Jimmy. So I never really used the multiplayer functionality that much because nobody was willing to play Wii Fit of all things with me, so I just settled with using pet stats. This allowed you to register your pets and weigh them, so of course I added my cat at the time, Ellie. Or as my brother and I would lovingly call her sometimes, Ellie Belly full of jelly. Ellie Belly full of the jelly. Played Wii Fit Plus and weighed a many. What the fuck do you mean my cat can't play Perfect 10? So that was Wii Fit Plus, and it was pretty damn fun all things considered. Even if it was just Wii Fit with some new content here and there, I was all for it. Nothing was ever gonna pry me away from these wonderful Mii games with their fun motion controls and fitness regimens. And I just want to say that Wii Fit Plus probably has my favorite staff credit sequence of just any game period. You got this fun, funky music and sentient Wii balance board crawling across the wall like he's Spider-Man. Balance board, balance board. Can he crawl a wall? Yes, of course. And holy shit, there's a Wii Fit Plus channel too? I don't care if it's just the Wii Fit channel again, but for Wii Fit Plus. I need to install it. I don't need you anymore. Yes. Alright, so we got Scary White People, some golf game that I used to know, Furry Tennis, Rise of the Gyroscopes, New Super Chemical Weapon Brothers, No Mario Sky, and Foot Fetish DLC. Now that is what I call a lineup. See, I told you 2010 was going to be a big year. Sure, we started off with some pretty underwhelming titles, but then it was just hit after hit. My Wii library was really picking up steam, and there were still quite a few games I had my eye on. One in particular I'd receive in about 5 months. It was a sunny morning in May 2011. I was 7 years old and feeling ill. I can't remember exactly what my symptoms were, but they were enough for me to stay home from school. Well, not exactly stay home per se, but I was gonna go somewhere much better. The walk-in clinic. There's truly no other experience like being sick as a kid and your parents taking you to the clinic to get checked out. You're just sitting there in the waiting room, wishing you were at home instead. Like, come on, when the hell am I gonna see this doctor? The wait is never fun, especially if it's busy. And then when you're finally called to the examination room, you gotta sit there and wait for another 5 to 10 minutes before the doctor comes in. It's a walk-in clinic though, it could be worse. Like, last year I had to go to the ER and I shit you not, I was there for 12 goddamn hours. The first 7 of which were spent in the waiting room. But this day in particular was different. In fact, it probably marks the best clinic waiting room experience of my 7-year-old life. My mom and I were waiting patiently, and I can't remember which one of us brought it up first, but we started talking about possibly getting me a new Wii game after seeing the doctor. I remember her asking me what game I'd want, and I told her the very first game that came to my mind. Wii Party. Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said you couldn't pry me away from the Wii series. This was yet another game I discovered online. I remember watching the trailer, and once again, more videos uploaded by Josh Thomas. Specifically a few episodes of The Fold, where it's always party time with White Guy and 3 more white guys.
You can win big prizes such as...
Goslin for a night.
No, that's what the loser gets.
Much like with Wii Fit Plus, these videos made me really want this game. It looked like a ton of fun. One day, for no particular reason, I pulled up an image of the Wii Party box art, brought out a blank piece of paper, and started drawing it. My dad wasn't too pleased with this though, and it wasn't because I was drawing the Wii Party box art. No, it's because I was on Amazon.com. I don't know, he just walked by, saw Amazon open, and said something like, What are you doing on Amazon? Turn it off. He probably thought I was trying to buy something, which I wasn't. I was just trying to pursue my artistic career, Dad. And now look at me, I can't even draw my own character sprites for my videos. If you'd just let me draw the Wii Party box art in peace, then maybe I would have become a better artist. Point is, I wanted this game, y'all know the drill at this point, and now I was gonna get it. We just had to make sure I didn't have any bacterial meningitis or some shit first. Spoiler alert, I didn't. And so after the doctor sent us on our way, we stopped off at Superstore, strolled into their game section, and what do you know? They had a copy of Wii Party. Locked behind one of those big-ass glass display cases. Yeah, it was like a Walmart. Luckily though, my mother and I were there to rescue it from its glass prison. We got an employee over, asked for Wii Party, she paid for it, and we headed home. Finally, another Wii series game to call my own. I couldn't wait to play this.
But Jamie!
I hear you shouting in the distance.
You're sick, you should be resting.
I mean, sure, but while I was sick enough to not have to go to school, I wasn't exactly sick enough to be bedridden, so I'll be fine. After eating a nice hot bowl of chicken noodle soup or whatever, it was time to party. That is very fitting. Good thinking, game. Good thinking. Everybody, allow me to introduce you to Party Phil, the self-proclaimed charming host. This is a short little explanation of the categorization of all the different game modes. We got party games, pair games, and house party. After that, we're greeted with the main menu. Just look at all there is to do in this game. It's jam-packed. Like, you just look at all of this and just think, where do we start? Well, I'd like to start with what were probably my two favorite modes in Wii Party. The first one being Board Game Island. Like the name implies, it plays like a board game, a race to the top of the island on a path fraught with challenges, surprises, and most of all, mini-games. These were probably my favorite aspect of Wii Party in general, and they're implemented everywhere throughout the game. But we'll talk more about them a little later. There's a variety of different spaces you can land on here. You got the basics, like ones that'll launch you forward or backwards, but then you got spaces that have UFOs swap your position with another player. Tornado spaces will send another player back a certain number of spaces. A blue statue space will launch you to an area much further along. There's the dinosaur spaces that'll have you roll a die with a pterodactyl or T-Rex. Landing on their respective sides will either have you moving further ahead or chased back. Skull spaces send you to hell. They all just make for a very wild ride. Also placed throughout the island are little challenges. Usually they involve rolling at least a certain number or else you're moved back or sent to Satan, but sometimes they're just purely luck-based, like the Crates and Barrels one. Everything here makes for a fun yet sometimes frustrating experience. Especially with the fact that the minigame you play at the start of every round doesn't just determine the order you play in, but also whether or not you get an advantage with a bonus die. Let's go to my second favorite mode, Spin-Off, or as I like to call it, Wheel of Fortune! I'd like to buy a vowel. It's structured a lot like a game show. Spin the wheel and the segment you land on will either give or lose you medals or add medals to the bank. There are also these bank battle segments, which pits all 4 players in a minigame where the winner gets everything. As the game goes on, the wheel will change a few times, adding different kinds of segments like 1v1 and 1v3 bank battles and a lucky chance, which will earn you either all the medals or nothing at all. And once the 10th round is passed, we head into overtime, where the next player to empty the bank wins the game. Overall, it's really fun. It was exciting yet nerve-wracking to see the bank fill up with more and more medals, because it's more you can win, but also more you can lose. But I think my favorite memory with Spin-Off, and probably with Wii Party in general, would have to be one day when my mom dragged me out to the mall with her yet again. We were there for hours, and by the time we got home, it was pretty cloudy outside. As soon as I got in, I loaded up Wii Party and started playing Spin-Off. And about a quarter way into the game, I turned my head to look out the window and it was absolutely pouring outside. And I don't know, there's just something cozy about being indoors while it's raining and playing games. It just feels nice. Bingo! This shouldn't need an explanation. Everybody knows how bingo works. But this bingo is different. For one, instead of the cards having numbers or whatever, they're Miis. And if that wasn't enough to sell me on this, there's also a bunch of minigame balls thrown into the mix, and the winner can mark any space they want on their sheet. That's pretty much it. It's just bingo with Miis and some minigames here and there. The game's pretty quick too. It'll usually take around 5 minutes or so. It's a good time killer. Like Board Game Island, Globetrot has a similar setup, but it's more akin to the boards in Mario Party. You and your opponents are traveling all around the world, trying to get as many hotspot souvenir photos as possible, and whoever has the most by the end of the game wins. Instead of rolling dice to move, each player has a deck of numbered transport cards that'll determine how many spaces they move. And there are different kinds of these cards too. You have train cards, airplane cards, taxi cards, helicopter cards, hot air balloon cards, and even a Super Me card, which you can use to take you directly to any hotspot of your choice. Keep in mind though, a lot of these things cost money to use, so you'll have to go around doing odd jobs and playing minigames to earn enough to fund your travels. Globetrot wasn't a mode I played all the time, but whenever I did, I always enjoyed it. It's a fun adventure around the world with lots of sightseeing and surprises. So those were all the party games, and yes, I know I haven't mentioned Swap Meet, that's because it was boring and I never really played it, so let's go on to the pair games. The only one I can really talk about here is Balance Boat, because I had no friends to play Friend Connection with, and I just straight up never bothered with matchup, but at least there was Balance Boat. This is a cooperative mode where you and a partner have to balance 20 Miis on this boat without it capsizing. You play a pair minigame to determine the size of the Miis you're given for each round, so if you both lose, for example, you'll have to place one big Mii and one small Mii.
Balance.
House Party has a bunch of unique games that are intended to make use of the actual environment you're in. The first one is Animal Tracker. You and at least one other person place down 2 to 4 Wii remotes. You'll be shown a set of animals and one of them will make a noise. This is the noise you have to look for. The Wii remotes will start playing a bunch of different animal noises through their speakers, but you have to listen for the one that you heard earlier, and then quickly grab the Wii remote you think it's coming from. Now, I didn't play this much, but not because I didn't like it, it's just because I didn't have anybody willing to play it with me, so I just pair 2 Wii remotes and play by myself. It's certainly possible, just not optimal in the slightest. Hide and Hunt was simple, but damn cool. One person would hide the Wii remote somewhere in the room and the other person would have to find it by listening to a sound that emits from it every 10 seconds. I could have played this by myself if I wanted to, but I don't think I need to explain why it would be completely redundant. Wii Party marks the second game in the Wii series to feature domestic terrorism, with the first one being Wii Sports Resort. Time Bomb has you and other players carefully passing the Wii remote to each other as if it were a bomb. If there's too much movement or somebody presses the wrong button, everybody dies. It's pretty much the same thing for Word Bomb as well, except now you have to pass the Wii remote to each other while saying words related to a specific category, like animals, food, sports, or things starting with a certain letter. Now luckily I didn't have to play these two alone, because my dad played them with me a couple times. Just a couple. I do wish I was able to play it more just because there was something about Mii's handling explosives that I liked. Also, I wonder what other kinds of weapons of mass destruction Party Phil has in his possession. What the fuck is Buddy Quiz? So those are pretty much all the main game modes, but there's still a shit ton of minigames they include. But you don't need to do any of these to play the minigames because there's a whole free play section where you can just sit back and play whichever one you want. I'm not gonna go over all of them just because there's so many, but I'll highlight my personal favorites. Shifty Gifts, Flag Frekas, Crash Balls, Chop Chops, also known as Master Onion's Rap Showdown. You got Splash Bash, Crybabies, Springtime, The Walking Dead, Delivery Duel, the inspiring story of the rivalry between Domino's and Papa John's. I really liked Flashlight Fright just because of the setting of it being a haunted house. It reminded me a bit of Luigi's Mansion. As well as Meet and Greet, because it was just really funny to open one of these doors and see one of your Mii's taking a shit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Wii Party. I know it's no Mario Party, but personally, I think this was a great game, and even though it was harder for me to truly get the most out of it since I was pretty much always playing on my own, I still had loads of fun. There was so much to do with a variety of different kinds of games. Whether you wanted to have a huge board game marathon or do a quick 15-minute game of Balance Boat, Wii Party had you covered. And obviously a huge special thanks to whatever virus fucked me up for those couple of days. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to experience Time Bomb. As for the next game I got in 2011, it's an interesting story. It all started during our trip to the UK that year, and by that point we would stay at my great-aunt's house, and my god, you wouldn't believe it if I told you she had a Wii. This was awesome for a couple reasons. Not only was my great-aunt an epic Wii gamer, but this also meant I could play Wii games even though I wasn't even in my home continent. So after she was done watching Coronation Street, I would play her copy of Wii Sports for hours. I remember showing her that trick in Power Throws, and she'd always say I was cheating, which, I mean, she wasn't entirely wrong. She had other games too, but honestly, I didn't pay much mind to them, but I did play Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. It was okay. I mainly remember playing the trampoline and swimming games specifically, as well as playing as my Mii, because that's just who I am. I don't know, compared to similar games like Wii Sports, it just didn't really have the same feel control-wise. For example, in table tennis, you don't seem to have much control over where the ball goes. As for the other games she had, the only other one I remember was Big Brain Academy, which I don't think I ever bothered with. I was too busy completing Spin Control for the 27th time. But these aren't the games I want to focus on, because in the same neighborhood lived some family friends. They had 2 sons who were a little bit older than me, and we'll call them, I don't know man, like Jeff and Keely. And what do you know? They also had a Wii of their own. My god, at this rate, I was gonna be swimming in Wiis. Their Wii was different though. They had like this cool Mario Galaxy decal cover on the console. And they had games like Mario Kart Wii and Wii Sports Resort, and we'd all play them together. In fact, one time I remember I was playing bowling without the wrist strap on, and I let go of the remote and hit their TV. That was a lie, I hit the wall behind the TV. But there was another game they had, and yet again it was another game I had my eye on. Wii Music. It's another Wii series game, but you get to play music by shaking the Wii remote and nunchuck. And like with any Wii series game, it immediately caught my interest. I don't think I was the biggest music guy back then. I didn't know what a bass line or chord progression was. But none of that mattered to me. I could play instruments as my Mii. I used to watch this video showing all the instruments with the uploader playing as his Ghostface Mii for some reason. And now, just like with Bimmy and Jimmy for the past 2 years, I was now able to try out Wii Music. Is this what heaven is like? I liked the jam sessions, but boy did I love instrument improv. Just dicking around with all these instruments, not knowing what the hell I was doing. Jeff and Keely are just chilling out, vibing, and man, I was loving this. But then something extraordinary happens. Jeff and Keely tell me that I can just straight up have the game to keep. Holy shit. In a matter of seconds, Jeff and Keely managed to outdo Bimmy and Jimmy. Definitely took me a moment to process, like they were letting me take Wii Music home with me. And take it home with me I did. There's just one tiny problem. Because this copy was from the UK, it was the PAL version of Wii Music. Even before and after flying back home, my dad was telling me multiple times that he didn't think it was gonna work. But I was gonna hear none of it. I was determined to at least try. And then the moment of truth came. It was time to insert this PAL region Wii Music disc into my North American Wii.
Fucking damn it!
A true I told you so moment. It didn't work. Region locking is a bitch. We mailed the game back to Jeff and Keeley and I was very disappointed. But wait, I know what you're all probably thinking. Oh, you could have modded the Wii to make it region free. Yeah, the problem is I'm 7 years old. My parents didn't know shit about modding and I don't even think my brother knew shit about modding either at the time. So yeah, that was the end of it. But it was pretty cool owning Wii Music for like 2 days. You know what? Here's another story relating to Wii games I played but never owned that happened a few months later. The time I played on one of those Wii Starlight Fun Centers. So here's a short history lesson. Since 1992, Nintendo has been partnered with the Starlight Children's Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to improving the lives of kids in hospitals. With this partnership, Nintendo and Starlight have developed hundreds upon hundreds of Starlight Fun Centers for hospitals across North America and the UK. Versions of these fun centers exist for consoles ranging from the Super Nintendo all the way up to the Switch, and they all have an expansive library of games and they're on wheels so they can be easily moved around. Basically, they're the best thing to have while house prescribes you mouse bites. Now, with all that being said, the fact that I played on one of these at 7 years old would normally imply some implications regarding my health. But that's the weird part. From what I remember, I was fine. We were at the hospital or some other medical facility, and I genuinely don't know if it was in relation to me or not, but I guess I needed something to pass the time. They had this room with a few things for kids to mess around with, and what do you know, a Wii Starlight Fun Center happened to be one of them. From what I remember, it wasn't being used by either of like the other 2 kids in the room with me, so hell fucking yeah, time to play some Wii. Oh man, I vividly remember this kiosk with the big Wii logo and this game selection menu. Just look at the library this thing has, so many games spanning different genres. This was a great opportunity to try out something new. Maybe Kirby's Epic Yarn, Excite Truck, Zelda Twilight Princess, maybe even something random like Boom Blocks. I played Ratatouille for like 5 minutes before playing Wii Sports. I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do at the time. So yeah, one of the weirder, mysterious Wii memories I have clogging up my neurons. Not gonna lie, in hindsight, I do feel slightly scummy for playing on this thing while being completely healthy. At least to my knowledge. I mean, I was 7 and the staff allowed it. There wasn't like a rule saying I couldn't play it if I was healthy. But listen, I stomped on a Goomba one time and I felt like shit about it. But I wouldn't have to for much longer because in September 2011, I would get my next Wii game. I was at Staples with my dad, and in their game section, I spotted a copy of Super Paper Mario. And take a wild fucking guess, this was yet another game I watched a couple YouTube videos of and wanted a lot. It was a little bit different though. Yes, it was a Mario platformer, but it was a Mario platformer with RPG elements. Now at this point, I wasn't super familiar with RPGs, but I did really like Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, so surely I was bound to love Super Paper Mario. And because this copy was the Nintendo Selects version for around 20 bucks, my dad agreed to get it for me, and wabam, my 4th Mario game for Wii. Okay, this is pretty long, so I'm just gonna fast forward real quick. Holy shit, it's Luigi! Alright, just gonna create a new save file, and yes, I did name my file like this, and funnily enough, only for Super Paper Mario specifically. The game starts off at Mario's house. He and Luigi are just chilling on this fine, relaxing, and peaceful day. But that's the problem though, it's too peaceful, so you know what? They're gonna head to Peach's castle. guess who just got kidnapped? Mario and Luigi deduce that, yep, this has to be the work of Bowser, so they head to his castle instead because he's cooler, I guess. Major plot twist though, Bowser was just about to kidnap Peach, but she's already been kidnapped, so who in the world kidnapped her? Allow me to introduce you to this game's main villain, Count Bleck. An evil yet charismatic count who kidnapped Peach and is determined to destroy all worlds because the evil Bible said so. Mario tries to attack, but holy shit, he has an overshield. We're fucked, we're fucked, we're fucked! And so he takes Luigi, Bowser, and everyone back with him, leaving Mario to die until he's woken up by this butterfly. Now I'm scared shitless of butterflies, so the fact that I wasn't running away from my TV screaming in terror at the sight of this thing is a mystery that I guess we'll never solve. This is Tippy, a pixel who's gonna tag along on our papery adventure. In gameplay, her main function is to provide information and tips by pointing the Wii Remote at certain objects and enemies. But right now, she pretty much just dumps a bunch of lore shit. Basically, Count Bleck is the chosen executor of the whole destroying all worlds thing talked about in the evil Bible. But there is a good Bible, which basically says, yeah, this shit's gonna happen, but what if there was like this red plumber dude to stop it from happening? That'd be pretty cool. So Tippy and the new Messiah head to Flipside, a town that exists in between dimensions. And it's there where we meet Merlin, who dumps even more lore shit. In short, Mario has to collect all 8 pure hearts to save the world. And look, the illusion of free choice.
Well, it looks like we won't be working together. No regrets, Mr. Freeman.
Man, I love Flipside though. In fact, pretty much any town in any RPG is a joy to explore. Talking to the people, entering buildings, and listening to the peaceful music, there's truly nothing else like it. But as much as I'd like to stay here, we have Chapter 1-1 to get to, Lineland Road. Oh God, not again. It's your typical 2D Mario game shenanigans, at least until we get to this house where Bestovio bestows upon me the ability to go 3D. You can flip the world from a 2D platformer to a 3D one, just as long as you don't do it for too long. And by using this flip mechanic, you can find secrets, get past obstacles, and avoid tricky situations. But this wouldn't be a good Mario game without fun power-ups, the first one being the Pal Pill. It spawns a bunch of tiny little 8-bit Marios who follow you and then God fucking damn it! I really hated to see any of them die, so I'd always try to be careful, but usually they'd all go kaput soon enough. At least to cheer me up, there's the Happy Flower, which causes it to rain coins. And then there's the Megastar. Oh, hell. Fucking yes! But the thing about this game I probably love the most is Mount Lineland in Yole Desert. I don't know what it is about them. On the surface, they just seem like your average Mario mountain and desert worlds, but there's definitely more to them than that. Early in Mount Lineland, you have to climb these mountains with these weird-ass flipping rectangles. But then you come across this chasm where a bridge is supposed to be. So you go into a pipe and talk to Red the Bridge Master at his house. But there's a little problem though. He's stuck in 3D, so we help him get back to 2D and he lets down the bridge for us after validating his biases. And from there we enter Yole Town, and again, I love this. The pretty small size of the town and the dialogue are all just so charming to me. But we can't progress due to another chasm, and Green the Bridge Overseer doesn't seem to be having an interdimensional crisis, so we need to take a different approach. We meet Old Man Watchit, the mayor of Yole Town. He wants me to get a hand-shaped pixel. I find it locked in a chest and it lets me throw things. I go back to watch it and he calls Green to give him the okay to open the bridge. So I'm talking to Green again and what do you know, just like Red, he's putting me on the spot. the red pill or the green pill. If I say red, he gets pissed off, and if I say green, he also gets pissed off. There's no winning with this man. And that's Mount Lineland. I couldn't tell you why I love this part of the game so much, I just did. Well, the music definitely has something to do with it. I just love the song that plays here. It lives in my head rent-free. And I swear to God, if you listen closely, you can hear the Xbox 360 notification sound in it. So after that, we enter Yol Desert, which I also really liked. And that's the same music as Mount Lineland, so that's probably why. There's a bit more puzzle solving here though, and yeah, my dumbass 7-year-old brain just couldn't figure it out. So the end of Yol Desert is as far as I really got in this game, and I just keep replaying it up until that point. I might have eventually gotten a little bit further in the following years, but not by much. Still, I do have a big soft spot for this game. But my next Wii game would be an incredibly monumental one. Earlier on in 2011, I was doing my typical Wii internet sleuthing as I'd already been doing for the past 3 years, and I discovered a game that would become my ultimate must-have for that year. Wii Play Motion.
Yes! It's real!
I couldn't believe it. A proper sequel to that one Wii game I'd play religiously. Even though I had gotten some actually decent games over the past couple years, I just couldn't get enough of Find Me's sexy ass road texture. But now there was more. A continuation from where the original left off. And now with an epic bonus. A black Wii Remote Plus. Yes, you heard me right. Wii Remote Plus. It's a Wii Remote with Wii Motion Plus built in. I mean, the original Wii Play came bundled with a standard Wii Remote, so why not bundle the sequel with a new souped up one? It only made sense. I remember watching this YouTube video of some guy unboxing Wii Play Motion from around the time it originally came out. And I remember it specifically because the dude had to mention how nice the batteries were, and honestly, I don't even disagree.
Really nice batteries.
And of course, I watched Josh Thomas and White Guy Number 2 play through all of the minigames together on the Fold, where it's always party time.
I was born to fit into holes, Nick. What are you doing?
The cycle, the unholy cycle, it can never be closed unless I finally get these Wii games, and even then, there's more that pop up. But one day in July, the window was open. We were on a trip in Dallas, and during it, we stopped off at Target. And while I was walking in their game section, I saw a lone copy of Wii Play Motion just sitting on the bottom shelf, complete with one of those black security tag beeper things wrapped around the box. I kinda nudged my mom all excited like, "Holy shit mom, it's Wii Play Motion, can I get it mom please, can I get Wii Play Motion please?" She said no. Thus, we got whatever we actually came for, left Target, and I just had to keep binge watching all these YouTube videos. And even when we went to Disney World the following month, I swear to God, that Wii Play Motion title screen music was all I could fucking think about. It got to the point where I was practically begging to get Wii Play Motion for Christmas, and in the month leading up to it, I'd say the message was definitely received. If you're around my age, you might remember getting, or at least hearing about, those personalized Santa videos. Basically, your parents would give them your name and other relevant information alongside a nice little ransom, and voila! A few days later, you get a full video message from the real-life Santa Claus. I think this was the only time I ever got one of these, and there are quite a few moments from it that I remember. It opened with Santa coming into frame all like,
"Jamie, I've been expecting you."
He says some shit and then he looks to see what I want for Christmas.
"Oh, you want a new video game."
While showing a PNG of Wii Play Motion, to which I immediately thought, oh fucking A, teeter targets, here I come. And sure enough, on Christmas morning, Santa came through. He got me that goddamn Wii Play Motion, as well as Garfield the movie on DVD. I remember nearly every day after getting this game up until the day Christmas break ended, the first thing I would do after getting up is head to the living room and load up Wii Play Motion. and man, it was truly the most wonderful time of the year. And of course, it all came complete with that beautiful black Wii Remote Plus. This was gonna change everything. Not only is it a Wii Remote with dark mode turned on, but it's also one that allows you to experience the wonders of Wii Motion Plus without turning it on. A wild new world of motion. Yep, we've already become Wii Remote masters, but our work isn't done. It's time to enter the next realm. Oh my god, it's even more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. If you hang around the title screen for a while, the game gives you some bubbles and kaleidoscopes to dick around with. I suppose you could say a small glimpse into this wild new world of motion. But I don't want just a glimpse, I want the full show, and with a quick simultaneous press of A and B, that's exactly what we're gonna get. Where the fuck is female pleasure? So Wii Play Motion has 12 whole minigames, which, if my math is correct, is at least 28 more than the original Wii Play's 9. And while Mii's walk around, once again defying gravity, a floating TV screen plays little gameplay clips. Not gonna lie, I do miss having the ability to assault my Mii like in the original Wii Play, but I mean this is alright. Anyway, let's get right into the first game, Cone Zone. Basically, you need to balance a giant ice cream cone while God stacks a bunch of ice cream on it. Nothing super complicated, but it gets pretty intense the higher it goes. Like, it gets so high that you'll be seeing UFOs and shit. And it just keeps going until the whole thing tips over and falls to the ground. But wait, that's not all. Similar to how Wii Sports Resort operates, a bunch of the minigames in Wii Play Motion have little sub-modes, and Cone Zone has Swirl Mode, where you have to angle and rotate the cone while soft serve ice cream is dispensed into it. I swear, this minigame does a great job at making you feel like you're doing well, and then at the very end you get a good look at just how badly you did. Veggie Garden. It's whack-a-mole, but the moles are trying to steal fruit from you, so you just gotta give them the good old concussion. But even if one of them manages to slip by with an apple, don't worry, because Mii's will occasionally pop up to give you some extra fruit. Just make sure not to hit them. It gets pretty wild though. You got moles that wear hard hats, moles that jump out of the holes, tall moles, and even some that'll wear Mii faces to trick you. But if you get bored of Fruit Wars, there's a pretty chill Simon Says-esque mode. Or at least as chill as you can get with giving moles mallet-caused brain damage. Skip Skimmer was awesome. There are two modes here. In skip mode, you just relax and skip some stones at the lake. But that's not all. You can get some odd stones here and there with wacky properties. Some will make animal noises, lightning strikes, or will dive like a dolphin. One of them is just straight up a UFO. And just like in driving range on Wii Fit Plus, there's a swing analysis screen for some reason that'll either tell you to keep the Wii Remote level or to fucking relax. But Skip Skimmer's best offering, in my opinion, lies in its score mode. It's a fun little stone skipping tournament complete with an audience cheering me on. But victory here isn't as easy as it may seem, as the stages are ripe with rings, ramps, and barriers. You only have 5 stones to skip as well, and you can't move on to the next stage until you reach the goal. And holy shit, in all my years of playing this game, I never noticed this dude. The stone in the center will give you double points if you complete the stage, and I swear I never knew which one to use it on. Overall though, damn fun time, and even though there are stone skipping tournaments in real life, as far as I know, none of them are like this, so I guess I'll lead a life fraught with depression knowing that fact. Hang on to your asses, because Pose Me got a sequel with Pose Me Plus. It's definitely better this time around, and I had a lot more fun with it. Your Mii is hanging around in this blue-colored limbo, speeding towards these walls with very Pose Me-esque holes in them, in which you have to angle your Mii to fit inside. At the end of every stage, there are these little gems you can collect, and missing even just one of them is unironically one of the worst feelings in the world. I remember when I got Wii Play Motion, I was playing Pose Me Plus while my dad was talking on the phone to my grandma, just telling her how I got this new game and was all excited to play it. Trigger Twist was one I don't think I played as much. It's a sequel to Shooting Range and oh god, no, not again. Just like in the original Wii Play, you have to save these Mii characters, and like I mentioned hours ago, I was never able to save them all. So let's hope I don't fuck it up this time around. Oh my god. I fucking did it! I did it! What an incredible moment. And to celebrate, there are 2 other stages with ninjas and an on-rail dinosaur murdering adventure. Jump Park, an odd little game where you use the Wii Remote to bounce around collecting gems and different power-ups. It's fun though, and it honestly made me wish for an actual amusement park attraction like this. Just picturing long, excited lineups and severe injuries, perhaps even a snapped neck or two. You even get a sweet on-ride photo at the end. I'm telling you, this concept has so much potential for both fun and class action lawsuits. Teeter Targets was absolutely my go-to for the longest time. It's very simple control-wise, just use the Wii Remote to slap the ball into the air and smash the targets. But with 30 stages, it does get more difficult as it goes on, and the time limit deductions when dropping the ball don't help either. There's a versus mode that I don't remember playing much, but loved watching Joshi play.
Oh, come on! Combo.
As well as a set of horizontal, vertical, and bounce-based endless modes. Overall, Teeter Targets gets a solid 10 out of 10, which shouldn't be surprising coming from me. Now, Spooky Search was genuinely really cool. You have to capture ghosts while protecting a group of Miis. But the ghosts aren't actually on screen. You have to wave the Wii Remote around you with the Miis helping point you in the right direction. And the Wii Remote will start beeping and rumbling like crazy when you found one. And of course, like how I usually am with games of any actual quality, this was one I never played too much, but whenever I did, I've always really enjoyed it. Windrunner has your Mii racing around on a track wearing roller skates using an umbrella to accelerate via the wind. There are 3 different stages here where you jump over vats of oil, collect gems, and get some sweet airtime. But I really like the long jump mode, and it's exactly how it sounds. Looks like we're on to the last 3 minigames. I wonder what fun and wacky surprises they have in store for us. Flutterfly controls decently well, but it hurts my arm. Treasure Twirl was fairly boring, and Star Shuttle... Actually, Star Shuttle was pretty alright. You're delivering parts to be constructed onto a space station, and each stage gets more and more challenging with obstacles, odd delivery angles, and storms. My only real issue is how the ship controls are, I don't know, a little bit complicated. But I mean, hey, it isn't super difficult to get to grips with. Definitely do recommend. And that was Wii Play Motion, the game that convinced me that Santa Claus was real. He made a list, he checked it twice, poor working conditions, ain't that nice. But for real though, I loved this. It was awesome to see a sequel to a game that I played basically constantly up until that point. While all my friends were playing Dead Block on PS3, I was at home playing Wii Play Motion by myself. What a life I was living. However, the ultimate question must be asked. Do I prefer this over the original Wii Play? Honestly, I have no fucking idea. I feel like 7-year-old me would have had an easier time answering this, but nowadays, good lord, I mean, I love them both equally, but the original let me beat up my Mii, so it's kinda hard to truly surpass that. There's really only one thing that comes close, and that's watching people getting beat up, not by my Wii Remote pointer, but instead by big, balls. I'm of course talking about the show Wipeout, where 24 wacky contestants go head to head in a large and equally wacky obstacle course to win $50,000. Complete with sweeper arms, fender benders, pitchfork tumblers, sucker punch walls, and a quartet of big balls. Now I love this show. Why, you may ask?
And he's going for the finish!
Because seeing people get injured was really funny. I'd watch full episodes on YouTube, I'd play the Happy Wheels level, I'd make little Wipeout courses with Lego, I'd watch it on the Global TV app on my trusty iPod Touch, but I'd also watch it on actual TV whenever I was able to, and my dad would join me from time to time. He liked the show too, and we'd just sit there laughing at all the hilarious fails, and also the witty commentary from John Anderson, John Henson, and Jill Wagner. In short, Wipeout was something truly special, so when I found out in mid-2011 that there was a video game adaptation of it on my favorite console, well man, my goals were set. Even though Wii Viewer said in his video about the game that it was more so worth renting for a weekend, nah man, from what I saw of this game, I needed to own it. Wipeout the game and Wii Play Motion were my two most coveted games of 2011. I remember seeing it at a Walmart one time and nudging my mom all excited like, "Holy shit mom, it's Wipeout the game, can I get it mom please, can I get Wipeout the game please?" She said no. But not to worry, because luckily for me, Santa paid his elves extra terribly and saved Christmas, because alongside Wii Play Motion, I got Wipeout the game. Do you want to run the Wipeout course? Yes, actually. At 7 years old, it was kind of my dream to be on Wipeout. Obviously not right then and there, I was too young and I couldn't swim, but at least I could live out the American dream via Wii Remote and Nunchuck. Aw man, this little intro movie with all the game's fun characters and iconic Wipeout theme music absolutely guaranteed to hype you up for some spectacular Wipeouts. No need for an 80-page waiver, all we need to do here is choose our contestant and difficulty and we're all set to play Wipeout.
Welcome to Wipeout, where our course is the bully coming
Holy shit, Johnny, why are your lips not syncing? This game is incredibly janky, and that's what I love about it. Whenever you get hit by an object or fail a landing, your character just turns into a ragdoll. They'll just start flailing all over the place, and it's hilarious. And even when it's not your turn, you can throw balls at your other competitors to fuck them up. It's awesome. You know what? Here's a little montage of all my favorite Wipeouts I got while recording footage of this game with all my favorite Source Engine sound effects. Begin. As for the actual game though, it's not terrible. It's set up very similar to the actual Wipeout TV show. You go through a bunch of different obstacles from the show and get made fun of by the two Johns until you complete the Wipeout zone. The only real gameplay changes here are that there are 4 players and nobody gets eliminated. Oh, and also, the obstacles in the Wipeout zone here are honestly kind of boring. I mean, you just jump over barrels and climb a scary-go-round and jump on trampolines. I swear, the show did it better. Same can be said for round 3, except for unclaimed baggage. That can be a fun time. And hey, check it out. There's a ton of unlockable characters, including the hosts of the show, John and John. Let's see how well he handles the double diving boards. Not too well. But one thing I loved about Wipeout the game the most was the challenge modes. Here you could take on any of the qualifier or Wipeout zone rounds by yourself to get the best times. But this is Wipeout. The whole draw of the show is wiping out, so naturally I used this mode to wipe out as many times as I wanted to without any interruption. It was glorious. So that was Wipeout the game, and yeah, not a whole lot of content here, and it was certainly not the highest quality, but you know what? That was alright. So what if the game has some weird audio glitches from time to time? The characters act like Half-Life 2 NPCs when wiping out. It's fucking awesome. And hey, the commentary by John Anderson, John Henson, and Jill Wagner, they're not just a bunch of reused voice samples from the show. No, they were done for this game, which is also fucking awesome. Like, how can you not love a Wii game with John Henson in it? But yeah, this game gave me a ton of laughs, and while it would be the only Wipeout game I'd have on Wii, it wouldn't be the last Wipeout game I'd have in general, but those are stories for another time. For now, this was definitely not a bad way to end 2011. Speaking of which, let's head to the year's overview. Let's see, there's Party Phil's Terrorism Funhouse, Red vs. Blue, The Horrors of Region Locking, Ratatouille, My Last Meal and Testament, Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Holy War, Revenge of the Gyroscopes, and Wipeout Source. Yes, I am including games I played but never owned. Don't worry, there's a little asterisk above them to specify. Wait a minute, why is Wii Music up there? I'm just gonna take that off, because like I did own it for 2 days, so that counts, right? It doesn't. No? No, like you did the same thing for Rock Band, so yeah. Okay, I'll put it back. For real though, not a bad year in the slightest. Maybe just a little bit of a step down from 2010, just because that year had some more heavy hitters, but you know what? I am not complaining. Like, I got some of the games I'd been wanting for a while here, so it was a good year. See, here's the thing though. 2012 called, and the first thing it told me was Mario Sports Mix. I got this game a little over a week after my birthday as a late gift, and funnily enough, I actually hadn't heard of this game up until that point. Absolutely shocking. I know, a self-proclaimed Mario fan didn't know about Mario Sports Mix nearly a full year after it released in North America, no less. Utter fucking blasphemy. But it's not my fault, okay? Maybe if I had some internet features on my Wii, I could have installed the Nintendo channel and known sooner, Dad. Yeah, I never let go of the sadness and frustration in knowing that my Wii was cut off from the rest of the world. In fact, later in the year, I'd write this Wii message board memo just screaming out to no one. Also, just because I don't know where else to put them in the video, here's a few memos I wrote back in like 2010. I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure demonic possession had a role in making these. But I digress. Case in point, this game was news to me, and I can't say that it was bad news. I mean, this was a new Mario game for fuck's sake. How could I not be excited at that? And I've had my experience with sports games. Of course, I played Wii Sports, but there was also FIFA on my DS, NHL on my dad's new PS3, and I even had Mario Hoops 3-on-3, or Mario Slam Basketball as I knew it because I had the PAL version. So Mario Sports Mix was a welcomed addition to these ranks, and I'd end up having a fair bit of fun with it. It's a collection of 4 sports with all your favorite Mario characters, as well as Mii's. It should go without saying that I played as my Mii all the time, specifically with Mario and Luigi as my teammates, because they're really cool and I want them to be my friends. Starting off with basketball, the gameplay is pretty self-explanatory. It's basketball, but with some fun Mario twists. Every so often, you get these question mark blocks that'll give you items to use against your opponents, or coins that'll be added to your score when you score a point. Of course, you got a special ability that charges up as you play, and I swear to God, it always takes me a fucking eternity to notice that it's ready to use. Like, I'm just so wrapped up in the action that I forget it's even there. And then there's the court itself. There's a ton in this game for each sport, many of them having their own neat little gimmicks. That's pretty much the gist of this whole thing gameplay-wise. It's a bunch of sports with wacky Mario shit. You can't not have fun with that. But the question remains, out of these 4 sports, which ones did I as a personal person personally prefer? Well, I liked playing basketball, but oh boy was I certainly happy to see hockey in this collection. Why, you may ask? Because I'm a Canadian motherfucker. I drink maple syrup on Tuesdays, eat beavers on Thursdays. I apologize for so much as breathing, but most of all, I had been waiting for the day that I could see this Italian plumber play our national sport as a true patriotic Canadian. So it's C-O-L-O-R, right?
C-O-L-O-U-R.
Why?
Because that's just how it's supposed to be spelled.
No, why though? Why?
It's in the dictionary like that.
It's why?
Because that's just how it sounds.
It doesn't sound like Kalur. That's not how it's...
Doesn't sound like call or. Which even then, that would
not...
be C-A-L-L-O-R. That's not right either.
No, like it's... It looks more aesthetically pleasing when it's C-O-L-O-R.
No. Aesthetically pleasing? What are we talking? It's fucking words, man.
It just looks nicer.
It doesn't matter how it looks. It matters how it functions as a word.
Chris, why are you so, like, approving of the C-O-L-O-U-R propaganda?
That is how it's meant to be spelled.
Why?
In this country.
In this country? When you spell censor, should it be spelled S-E-N-S-O-U-R?
No.
So why is it like that with color?
Because that's how color is meant to be spelled.
Why? Like you're not, like, okay, so, like, why is it like... Why is it not like that for censor,
I'm not a linguist, Jamie.
Who made this call?
Noah Webster.
Okay, well, you know what? You can tell this Noah Webster guy that he can drop down to his knees and suck my... I always liked how the game used a coin as a puck. I don't know, I just thought it was pretty clever. And even though I despise my country's complete disregard for logical spelling, I do love some hockey every now and again. And you know what else I love? Dodgeball. I don't know, it just felt satisfying to catch the ball and hit Yoshi back with it. It might also be because I liked playing dodgeball in real life. Seriously, am I the only one? Some people say it's legalized bullying. Like, no it's not, at least from my experience. Like during gym class, the teacher would bring out the balls and line them up. Everybody's excited like, holy shit, we're playing dodgeball, let's go! We'd be divided randomly into two teams, and then when the game started, oh boy, let the chaos ensue. And there was never any real animosity between the teams. We'd just have a blast. And it made for some really memorable gym classes. So yeah, dodgeball was fun, but I can't really remember ever playing volleyball much here. Like, I don't know, I just didn't give a piss about volleyball then, and I sure as hell don't give a piss about volleyball now. It's probably because of how much underhand serving hurt my wrist and forearm. Those were the main attractions here. 4 sports, with 3 of them being ones I actually somewhat care about, so that's a pretty good deal. And of course, you've got tournaments in the game, which somehow have, like, a little bit of a storyline. Basically, there's this meteor, and at the crash site, there's a basketball, volleyball, dodgeball, and a hockey fuck. And once the Toads find them, they're just like, oh hey, let's start a tournament or something, and that's what they did. Definitely dabbled in these, and they were pretty fun, but honestly, I kinda just stuck to the exhibitions most times. But these aren't all that Mario Sports Mix has to offer. No, there are also 4 minigames with their gameplay based on each of the sports. You got Feed PD, Harmony Hustle, Bob-omb Dodge, and last but certainly not least, there's Smash Skate, which I really liked because it's basically just Canadian Smash Bros. Anyway, that was Mario Sports Mix, and overall, it's pretty fun. It was also cool to just own a Mario Sports game, and perhaps it could be the gateway drug to some of the other ones. What? Cabela's Survival Shadows of Katmai, a very different kind of game from the others I've owned. An action-adventure survival game with a T rating, like holy hell! My dad brought this game home randomly one day in August of 2012, and it came included with the Top Shot Elite. Basically a Wii Zapper, but very shotgun-like and orange. So yeah, it instantly became the black sheep of my entire Wii library at that point in time. I mean, just look at the box art, it's much grittier than my other games. Face the unforgiving forces of nature. That is not the Wipeout course I want to run. But alas, I was still decently excited. This was a new Wii game after all, a completely unprompted one too. So 8-year-old me welcomed this T rating with open arms. I played it like 2 times. I remember having a hard time getting through the first stage. You had to defend yourself from these wolves. And I know for a fact that I was playing it with the Top Shot Elite, even though I could have played it with just the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. I was probably under the thought process of, well, this game came with a plastic shell, so therefore I gotta play with the plastic shell. It's like how with Mario Kart Wii, I'd never play without the Wii wheel, but like I mentioned before, the difference is that the Wii wheel felt as though you were actually holding a steering wheel. It added to the experience. However, I did end up fending off the wolves, and as a reward for my hard work, I got to see this black and white cutscene. Like, good god, why is it so gray? The tone just feels so depressing. Yeah, I didn't play this much further. I think I just lost interest and went back to something I was more familiar with, like the greatest game of all time, Wii Play. On the other hand, though, I do actually have a level of fondness for this game. And it's because of one singular memory. Not too long after getting it, I walked into the living room one day to see my dad standing in front of the TV, Wii Remote and Nunchuck in hand, playing Shadows of Katmai, climbing up mountains and reading notes.
September 6, 1937. It's been 3 weeks since we set out from Anchorage, traveling overland by rail and dog sled to the south face of Mount Katmai.
He seemed to be further into the game, and looking back, it definitely seems like he more so bought the game for himself. And honestly, that makes me really happy. I don't know, just something about seeing people close to me partaking in one of my favorite activities, in this case being the Wii, just makes me smile. It's just like when I'd see my dad playing archery in Wii Sports Resort. Thank you, Richard N. Cabela. Let's see what else I got. Okay, don't freak out, I can explain. Alright, this part is more of a funny story rather than me going in depth on a game I got, so just bear that in mind. Anyway, it's no secret that kids tend to lose their shit, and I don't mean that as in they lose their shit, I mean they literally lose their shit. This might have actually happened sometime around 2011 or early 2012, I'm not sure, but one day, my Wii Sports disc just mysteriously disappeared. I had no idea what happened. It was as if it had just grown legs and walked away. And for a good few months, I had kept my eye out for it, but it was nowhere to be found. Of course, I was able to play Wii Sports Resort to hold me over, but god damn it, I needed the original game's spin control back in my life. And just as I started feeling that all hope was lost, I made a major breakthrough. So in our living room, the couch was pretty much right up against the wall, but with a small space in between, like I could just reach my arm through it. And one day I looked through that space, and on the floor I saw a disc facing down, just chilling. Now, there was definitely a part of me that saw this and thought, oh my god, that's Wii Sports, isn't it? But again, I didn't know for sure because it was face down, so I did hold on to hope that it wasn't and that it was still lying around somewhere. But there was only one way to find out, so I reached down and I couldn't reach it. My arms weren't long enough. I ended up bringing my dad over and he helped me fish out this unknown mystery disc, and yep, play like a pro. My initial suspicions were correct. This disc was in fact my beloved Wii Sports, but it was a shell of its former self. It was scratched to shit. It really took a beating, and I have no idea why. And even though I was a pretty dumb as hell kid, even then, my potato brain knew that this thing's playing days were over. Only God knows what kind of war that disc was fighting behind the couch, and I'm pretty sure even he's scarred for life because of it, so honestly, I don't even want to know myself. And so, I had to say goodbye to my original Wii Sports and get a new Player's Choice copy from EB Games. Truly a sad story, but at least I could play the original spin control again, so not all was lost. Anyway, let's see what else 2012 has in store. Oh look, nothing. Mario becomes Canadian, 50 Shades of Grey, and the cure for Parkinson's syndrome. My god, this is 2009 all over again, except it's worse now because Wii Sports was a repurchase, so really I only got 2 games. I know it all sounds bad, but I do think there is a reason as to why I didn't get many games. See, 2012 was still a very significant year, not because of any specific game I got, but more so my discovery of something even bigger. During one of my usual YouTube browsing sessions on the family computer, I found out that there was a new game console coming out called Wii U. And after doing a little more research on it, I knew I had to have this. Just the fact that it was a follow-up to the Wii alone got me excited. Like, I remember in the years before this, I watched this fake Wii 2 trailer video. It's pretty short and sweet, just a quick little design concept of what a Wii successor could look like. And while the actual successor we'd get wouldn't have a DVD channel, Super Mario Galaxy Delta, or even a decent name, it would at least have this, the Wii U gamepad. Just look at this thing. It has motion controls, 2 thumbsticks, a touchscreen that allows for off-TV play and asymmetrical multiplayer, whatever the fuck that means. This was gonna be awesome. When I made my Christmas list, I was sure to put Wii U at the very top. Hell, I even went as far as going to the calendar we had on the wall, flipping to December and writing the day I might get a Wii U on the 25th. Yeah, that'll show Mom and Dad how much I want this thing. But I wasn't just blinded by the excitement for the possibility of getting a Wii U. I was also being blinded by fear of the end times. December 21st, 2012, the end of the Mayan calendar. Geomagnetic reversals, solar storms, Nibiru colliding with Earth, the Rapture, the Resonance Cascade, the day the Combine invades, the day that we all die. If you were around back then, you probably know about the whole end of the world thing that was going around. Now, looking back as an adult, it was kind of funny, but as an impressionable 8-year-old, I was terrified. I'd be watching YouTube videos about it, and then watching this Truth About 2012 video uploaded by NASA where an actual scientist says, "It's a hoax, stop worrying, you're a bunch of fucking idiots, and enjoy 2013 when it comes." And then I'd be more relaxed, to which I would go right back to the fear-mongering, and then it was a terrible, terrible cycle. But Mr. NASA Man ended up being right. We were a bunch of fucking idiots, because on the final day, I was sitting on the computer playing Club Penguin, you know, the best game to play right before the end. I looked outside to see nothing happening, and I was just like, huh. Yep, we survived Doomsday. Fuck Nibiru, or Planet X, or whatever the fuck we were calling it. Now the only thing I had to worry about now was whether or not I was gonna get a Wii U on Christmas, which would have been a crisis of its own. Little did I know, however, just a month prior, my mother went above and fucking beyond. Not only did she get me a Wii U, she waited 6 hours in line at the huge Toys R Us in New York and bought a Wii U for me and an Xbox 360 for my brother on Black Friday, just 5 days after the Wii U launched in North America. But of course, I didn't know this. So there I was, sitting on the couch on Christmas morning with one of my last gifts. Did anyone else ever do that thing with presents, especially as kids? Like, I was just looking at it, doing rough estimates in my mind, like, this looks big enough to be a Wii U, and then I closed my eyes and started unwrapping, but oh god, I couldn't help myself. I just need to take a little peek. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Oh, I'm almost done unwrapping. This is so exciting. Okay, time to open my eyes. Oh my god, it's a Wii U! Oh, and get this. My brother and I each got a TV to put in our bedrooms. Yes. It was one of the most exciting and memorable Christmases I've ever had, but it was also a bit sad, at least for the Wii. This Wii U was the next big thing, and since it was backwards compatible with the Wii, well, the Wii U ended up taking over from that point on. Of course, it's not to say I completely stopped playing the Wii or any of its games, but the use my original console did get would become more and more infrequent. It was the end of an era, but not necessarily the end of the story. There are still Wii memories to be had, Wii memories to be shared, because the Wii U had Wii Mode. This was, for all intents and purposes, A standard Wii menu on the Wii U, albeit with some minor differences, mainly the fact that the options icon will take you directly to data management, and the photo forecast and news channels are nowhere to be seen. But the Wii Shop channel was still there, and my Wii U was connected to the internet. Do you know what this meant? It meant that no more was I going to be bound by the shackles of parental controls and my dad being a good parent. This was my Wii U, and it was time to venture forth into the world of online Wii stuff. After 4 long years, I was finally in the Wii Shop channel. Unfortunately, I couldn't download stuff like the Check Me Out channel or Everybody Votes channel, and I didn't have any Wii points, but hey, at least I can download WiiWare demos. And that I did. From around early to mid 2013, I downloaded a ton. The main ones I remember being Pokemon Rumble, Through Space, 3D Pixel Racing, Lilt Line, Monsteca Corral, and most importantly, the Bit Trip series. Bit Trip was a series of 6 rhythm games, all telling the story of the life and death of Commander Video. Now, I could talk about this series at length, but all I'll say right now is that these games were damn good, especially Runner. It was the first one I downloaded, and I remember initially thinking Commander Video here was like a ninja or something, but then I played it, and boy did I get hooked. I downloaded the other demos, I looked deeper into the lore. I remember showing it to my dad one time, to which he was like, I don't know, he thought it was neat, I guess, I can't remember. But one thing I do remember is talking about it in school, to which one of my classmates dropped a fucking bomb on me. He told me that he made the Bit Trip series. No goddamn way. My 3rd grade classmate is responsible for this incredible series of WiiWare games that started in 2009, you know, when he would have been like 5. Well, I obviously believed him. But what about these names in the credits and the developer being based in Santa Cruz? His excuse was that you could submit game ideas to EB Games and then those games would become a reality. Okay, so he wasn't directly involved in the development hands-on, but he still very much implied that he was the brains behind these experimental and honestly at the very end beautiful series of rhythm games. This whole charade went on for a couple of days until he finally came up to me and said, "Jamie, I didn't make Bit Trip." It was a very dark day for me. Honestly though, it's pretty damn hilarious to think about this story nowadays. I mean, if I could be convinced that the world was gonna end, you can convince me that you made the Bit Trip series. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude knew nothing about these games, he just heard me passionately talking about them and just thought, what's the funniest possible thing I can do right now? I haven't seen him for a good few years now, and you know what? Even though he tricked me and took advantage of the fact that I was a fucking idiot, I hope he's doing well. And it didn't make me love the Bit Trip games any less. Hell, it's still one of my favorite franchises. But there was another franchise that I was getting really interested in. See, just after I got the Wii U, I became a Sonic fan. And I can't really say that I'm proud of it. I can't really say for certain what caused me to become a Sonic fan. I guess the autism was just kicked into overdrive. But no matter how it happened, it would end up leading into what was probably the final Wii game I got during this period of my life. You fucking serious? Sonic and the Secret Rings. Now, I could have gone for any other Sonic Wii game. Super Smash Bros. Brawl had Sonic in it, Mario and Sonic had both Mario and Sonic, as I mentioned earlier, and I had played it before. I could have gotten Sonic Colors, Sonic Unleashed even. No, I went for Sonic and the Secret Rings. And again, this was like the last Wii game I ever got during this part of my life. What a fucking way to end things out on. A Sonic game they made because they couldn't port Sonic 06 to the Wii. Okay, I'm definitely over-exaggerating a little bit here. The game is fine. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. I got it around February 2013 during a trip to EB Games, and I know for a fact I was looking to get a Sonic game, and this was probably the first one I saw, so it ended up being the one I chose. It's Sonic, but themed around Arabian Nights. It's also themed around bad controls. You play holding the Wii Remote horizontally, Sonic runs automatically and you have to tilt the Wii Remote to move him left and right. To jump, you have to hold 2, then release, and the longer you hold 2, the higher he'll jump. Why can't I just hold 2? Why do I have to time my jump like this? It just makes it feel delayed. You can also do a homing attack by thrusting the Wii Remote forward while in midair. This game is just very I do remember liking it back in 2013, probably just because of the hype I had around Sonic at the time, but I think it was like halfway through Sand Oasis I put it down and went back to my one true love, Wii Play. And yeah, that was pretty much my history with the Wii as a kid. When I look back at the library of games I had altogether, I feel it's a pretty alright one. I mean, I do wish I had games like Super Mario Galaxy 1, Smash Bros. Brawl, Punch-Out!, just some games that would give it a little more variety, but you know what? I'm happy to have even grown up with these games at all. Even you, King of Clubs, as bad as you were, I can imagine that as I was playing you for the first and only time, I was probably going,
What the fuck were they thinking?
But unfortunately, during the Wii U generation, I traded in the good majority of my original Wii library so I could get like a single Wii U game. Kung Fu Panda, Wipeout, Sonic and the Secret Rings, and all of my Wii series games were all that remained. And yes, that does mean I traded in my beloved Mario Kart Wii, and I still want to clock 10-year-old me in the face for that. And during all of this, my Wii was just sitting there in the living room just collecting dust while I played games in my room. And not just on the Wii U either. See, around the end of 2013, my brother and I did a little trade. I gave him my second 3DS for his Xbox 360, so I was also starting to branch out and experience other games that weren't on Nintendo platforms. Games like GTA 4, Battle Block Theater, Skate 3, The Walking Dead, Super Meat Boy. My brother and I would play Minecraft on the 360 together a lot, and it was a ton of fun. It felt good to try new things, to branch out and discover the offerings of these other systems. I even started getting into PC gaming because also by the end of 2013, my brother helped me make my very own Steam account on the family computer. From there, I was playing games like Portal, Cube, The Stanley Parable, The Binding of Isaac, Fez. I was truly becoming a gamer. As for my Wii though, I really don't want to say I was moving on. I still played on my Wii U a lot and I'd jump on the original console every once in a while, but who am I kidding? By that point, Wii Connect 24 was shut down and Nintendo Wi-Fi connection would follow in the coming year. Nintendo had already shifted their priority to the Wii U and 3DS, and the only new games releasing on the Wii were licensed games and Just Dance. There wasn't really anything new to be excited about. Is this really how the story ends? 5 years of non-stop Wii action just for it to fade away? Well, that's how it's looking. Of course, I'd still play a lot of the Wii games I had left on the Wii U, but as I'd mentioned before, my original Wii just sat next to the living room TV, just existing and not much else. I suppose that's just how these things go. Nothing lasts forever, and I can confidently say that I'm truly grateful to have had those initial 5 years with my Wii, full of bowling, Red Plumber adventures, kart racing, fitness, hot road textures, and broken TVs. It was a lot of fun. So, farewell, friend. The year is 2017. The first orange president was trying to make America great again, Nintendo was making Nintendo great again, and I was making YouTube great again, with stellar content such as this.
Finally, I can make a bed. Finally, I can get more food. Piggy. Yeah, bruh.
Oh my god, I'm a YouTuber! I started out making little Let's Plays and reaction videos with a big dream. I wanted to become the next big thing, up there with some of the greats. Of course, I knew my chances of gaining a following were astronomically slim, but it was something I still wanted to work towards. And so I'd experiment with different types of content, one of them being creepypasta narrations. And if you don't know what creepypastas are, they're basically scary stories spread around the internet, with a lot of them centering around different forms of media, including video games. I've read a few creepypastas in my day, but one YouTube video in 2014 would inspire me to start making my own. Super Mario 64 Hacking by Peanut Butter Gamer. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh?
I gotta say, some of these hacks are actually starting to get a bit creepy. I mean, this is some serious creepypasta material here, guys. In fact, I think I should make my own creepypasta. Yeah, I'd be famous!
You're probably wondering what any of this has to do with the Wii. Well, it'll all make sense in a moment, because this clip would plant the seed in my head to start writing dumb video game creepypastas. I'd write quite a few over the next couple of years, all leading up to 2016, when I would write a Wii creepypasta titled Deleting Me, centering around a dumb-looking murderous me named Edeled. Of course, he didn't initially look like this. No, in fact, this is the first Edeled me I made shortly after writing the story. And like all my other creepypastas at the time, I really just kept them to myself, only showing them to friends and family. But after narrating and uploading one of my other me-centric creepypastas to relative success, I decided to finally unleash this Edeled guy to the masses. And in order to do that, I'd need to reawaken a certain console that, at that point, had been fast asleep for a good while. My old Wii was still sitting by the living room TV collecting dust, and in early August of 2017, I did the unthinkable. For the very first time, I took the Wii and moved it to my bedroom, hooked it up to my TV, and powered it on. Wow. Just wow. With a Wii remote in one hand and a bottle of milk in the other, I had finally returned home. And look, the download assistants are still here, a constant reminder to the joy I was denied. And seeing the Mario Kart and Wii Fit Plus channels, it was great to be back. But I didn't have time to just sit around and gawk at the Wii menu. I had work to do. I went into the Me channel, made an Edeled me, took him aside, and captured this image. Great, now I have a visual for the story. I put it in the video along with my narration, uploaded it under the story's new name of We Deleted You, and the rest is 10 more videos. But what did this mean for my Wii? Well, not too long after this, my brother and I took the initiative and modded it, which meant we now had the Homebrew channel with that super fucking catchy banner music. And with this Wii modded, we could access tons of different community-made games, utilities, emulators, but me, I just played Mother 3 and nothing else. I'm not joking, that's all I did with Homebrew for like the longest time. So yeah, nothing really special to say in regards to Homebrew right now, but by 2018, nearly 10 years after initially getting the Wii, I was avidly playing it again. Mainly the old favorites I still had, of course, like the Wii series games, Wipeout, and yeah, that was it. And oh my god, it felt so good to be back. But of course, I was back with a clear mind. See, unlike how I was back in the late 2000s and early 2010s, I was now pretty well aware and would only become increasingly aware of the Wii's many shortcomings and oddities, such as bad third-party support, standard definition output. The Photo Channel's 1.1 update removed MP3 support for some reason. Why do you take me back to Wii Fit after installing its channel just to take me back to the Wii menu? You know, I do love doing this, but sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. Why didn't we get the food ordering channel in North America? They pressure cooked the Wii Motion Plus? So Korean Wiis are really funny? Don't even get me started. Wait a minute, you're telling me I had the Check Me Out channel all along?
No, I don't have the Wii Speak shoved up my ass. This is actually how bad it sounds.
Why does this console have a micro penis worth of storage? Nice job, Nintendo, you shot yourselves in the foot here. This thing asked me to do a system update after every fucking connection test. Let's be real, this name worked, but it was pretty dumb. What the fuck? But when all was said and done, none of it truly mattered to me. I still loved this stupid little system, and I was happy to be playing it again. But going into 2020, something monumental happened. So even after all those years, this Wii still had parental controls enabled, and I was looking to finally disable them. I walked up to my dad hoping he still remembered the code and asked him what it was, to which he said to try 2482. Holy shit. That's fucking right, baby. This Wii was now a free Wii, and it only took 11 years. Now I can finally disable parental controls and connect to the internet and wait. The Wii's online services are dead and the Wii Shop channel had been shut down for a year at this point. What in the hell was I doing? I literally had no use for going online with this system. Unless Wiimfi and Reconnect24, now known as WiiLink. The former is a service that brings back Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, and with my newly purchased secondhand copy of Mario Kart Wii, I could finally experience the joy hell of Mario Kart Wii Online, and even though it's hell, it's a lot of fun. But there's also WiiLink, which brings back WiiConnect24 and its channels, including my favorite one, the Check Me Out channel. Once I set it up and got everything installed, you know it was the first one I opened. To think that I was only ever going to hear that beautiful sound via YouTube videos. I wish 6-year-old me could see this. Like, there is hope after all, you just gotta wait another 10 years. But now, not only was I using this channel, I now completely understood it, and goddamn I love it. Submitting Miis in the posting plaza and into contests, judging Miis and seeing the results when they come in, it's all just a wonderful experience. It was amazing to be able to properly experience this channel that I had always wanted to use. Same goes for the Everybody Votes channel. I actually feel like I use this channel more nowadays, which surprises me. That's not to say I don't love Check Me Out, but god damn, Everybody Votes is a fun little time. It's really fun to try and predict which option in the polls will be most popular, keeping track of your win-to-loss ratio and trying to be more tuned in. I also like to pop on the forecast and news channels from time to time to catch up on the latest headlines while burning to death. Actually, at the beginning of this year, my best friend came over and we did this thing where we'd try to guess the temperatures on the forecast channel. It was great, and also not too long ago I did it again with one of my other friends on video, and it's on my second channel, so maybe go watch that. But the mad lads at WiiLink simply refuse to stop there. They've gone as far as to bring back Wii channels that only ever released in Japan, like Wii no Ma, which was a video on demand service, and the Deme channel, which allowed you to order real food right to your doorstep. See, that's another thing I love about using the Wii nowadays, not just experiencing what I had always wanted to, but also experiencing what I didn't even know existed or had otherwise never really cared about. For instance, I mentioned before that I had dabbled a bit in WiiWare on Wii U, but again I didn't have money to actually buy anything, so I was just stuck with playing demos of certain games. Well, with a little thing called a WAD manager, this isn't an issue anymore. I can download any WiiWare game and channel I want to for the low price of eternal anguish and separation from God. Of course, I downloaded all the Bit Trip games, but I also took this as an opportunity to broaden my horizons a little, starting with the Art Style series developed by Skip Limited. And that's not going to be the last time you hear that name come out of my mouth, because good lord I love this company, rest in peace. Art Style consisted of relatively simple pick-up-and-play games published by Nintendo for Wii and DSiWare, preceded by the Japan-only Bit Generation series on GBA, also developed by Skip. Now I won't go into the DSiWare releases here, but what we got on the Wii was great. And I also won't go super in depth with them, I'll probably save them for their own video, either on this channel or my second, but oh god, I love them. I swear, Rotohex is one of the few games I can confidently say I'm actually good at, and Light Tracks makes me want to rip my face off, but at least it has cool visuals with its freeway hub world. Cubello is a fun little 3D color matching game, Orbient is a pretty mellow, relaxing, albeit challenging space puzzle game, Rotozoa is Rotozoa. Moving on from art style, World of Goo was one of the more well-known WiiWare games and is generally considered to be one of the best. You get from point A to point B by collecting little goo balls together. Fluidity was published by Nintendo for WiiWare and has you controlling water. Well, more so you're tilting the environment left and right to move the water around, and holy hell is it the definition of satisfying. And Yet It Moves has a bit of a similar concept, but this time as a proper platformer. It was originally released for PC in 2009, but made its way over to WiiWare just a year later because this concept is perfect for a Wii remote. You gotta navigate this cave while rotating the environment, basically flipping the entire level design on its head in doing so. Monsteca Corral was a game I briefly mentioned while talking about demos I had on my Wii U, but honestly I can't remember that much about it, so hey, why not give it a shot now? Okay, this is a lot better than I was expecting. Need to lead a herd of monsters around, destroying control towers, toppling robots, and feeding bubbles to the Astromaggot, all with a weird MIDI soundtrack. It's not perfect by any means. In terms of polish, it's kinda rough around the edges, and the motion control jumping is awful. But overall, it's quite enjoyable. And plus, it's the only game with astromaggots. With how odd this game is, you'd think it'd be developed by Skip, but no, it was made in Liverpool of all places. Retro City Rampage? It's 8-bit GTA. Need I say more? You also got games like Cave Story, Tetris Party, Sexy Fucking Poker, Through Space, which by the way, this game's save data takes up an unreasonable amount of space. Like, why the fuck? You know how you play this game? You just move around and rotate this block to fit through the hole. That's it. It's pretty decent, but like, why is it like this? But my favorite WiiWare game as of recently would have to be Snowpack Park. Once again, published by Nintendo and developed by Skip. I guess you can say I'm skip-pilled. It's a simulation game where you collect and take care of 100 penguins. I like the way the map is set up. As you get more penguins, you'll get access to more areas which unlock these little mini-games, most of which you can literally just walk up to and play. You can name your penguins and give them little hats to wear, the music is great, you can play as your Mii, and I can't not mention Sam the Penguin. He's great. It's just a very relaxing, wholesome game, and one I found myself coming back to time and time again. But WiiWare isn't the only Wii-related thing I've delved deeper into throughout the past few years. Remember when I said I repurchased Mario Kart Wii back in 2020? Well, that was just the beginning of a still ongoing journey of collecting. Jesus, that's a lot of Wii! This is my Wii collection as of right now, and like with most of the WiiWare games I've mentioned earlier, I wanted to break out of the comfort zone I'd stayed in throughout most of my childhood, and in doing so, I have found some damn good games. I never thought in a million years that I'd give a shit about Excite Truck, and now I'd say it's probably in my top 10 Wii games. This rather unassuming Wii launch title is super fun. It was published by Nintendo and is a spiritual successor to Excite Bike on NES. But here, instead of bikes, we have big-ass trucks. There's a ton of different locations to race in, there's power-ups, it's always fun to do a jump and get insane airtime. This game is definitely one of the hidden gems in the Wii's launch lineup. But speaking of which, we simply can't ignore one of the Wii's other heavy-hitting launch titles besides Wii Sports. The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. I have a rather complicated history with Zelda games. I've tried to get into it multiple times in my life, and it just didn't stick. I don't know, I always just kind of gravitated away from medieval high fantasy type stuff. Like, I remember seeing The Hobbit in theaters when I was 8, and I swear to God, it's the only movie I've ever slept through. Now, of course, I have a bit more of an open mind these days, and I've played a fair bit into Breath of the Wild, and I do enjoy it, but I'm still far from being one of the bigger Zelda fans. I remember one day when I was around 12, I went into an EB Games in search of a new game, but I wasn't really set on anything in particular. And while I was skimming through a bunch of used Wii games they still had up, I pulled out a copy of Twilight Princess for $20. I did briefly consider buying it, like it was a heavy-hitting Wii game for $20 and an opportunity to maybe try getting into Zelda again, but of course, 12-year-old me would end up saying no and buying Skate on the 360 instead. And then 7 years later, I finally bought it secondhand, and after playing through the first dungeon, You don't know how badly I want to shoot that 12-year-old in the face for willingly passing on this game. I really like Twilight Princess. It's on track to becoming one of my favorite Zelda games. The dark and gritty atmosphere, the music, the story, the fun gameplay with not terrible motion controls, the epic battles. Midna. I just cannot wait to play more of this game, and as much as I love Breath of the Wild's big open world, I think I honestly do prefer a more linear Zelda experience. Going back to some more casual games, however, Fling Smash, the game that's always inexplicably wet. Honestly though, I do feel like people shit on this game a little bit too much. Like, yeah, it's nothing special, but I don't think it's bad. But hey, at least we can all agree that Punch-Out Wii is good. Damn fun game. It makes me want to play the older Punch-Out games on NES and SNES, and how could you not love Doc Lewis? He and Little Mac have this mentor-protege relationship, and it's very wholesome to see. He's out here giving you tips and support. He just seems like such an awesome guy to be around. And by the way, this game probably has the best advertising for any Wii game, period. The way it's shot and directed makes it all feel like something out of The Office, and they made a bunch of these too, all featuring different opponents from the game, and they're really funny.
You said you were going to sing the classics.
Yes, they are classics. They're going to be classics in the future.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
But this wasn't actually Little Mac's only appearance on Wii. Hell, it's not even his first. That title would go to my first Wii Japanese import, Captain Rainbow. Once again developed by Skip and published by Nintendo exclusively in Japan, you play as a has-been superhero who wishes to regain his popularity. He travels to Mimon Island, where wishes are said to come true. But while there, he meets some lesser-known Nintendo characters who he must help grant the wishes of. It's a pretty unusual concept for a Nintendo-published adventure game, and luckily, thanks to a 95% complete fan translation, the game is completely playable in English, and oh boy is it fucking wild. Big Brain Academy Wii Degree is probably the last game I would have wanted to play when I was a kid because, school? Math? That's not Mario. But now having played it as an adult, I gotta say, it's a fun little time. I've only played single player, however, and I hear it's a lot more fun with friends, but regardless, I do love to see just how light my brain really is. Rayman Origins is one of those momentum and speed-based platformers, kinda like Sonic, and let me tell you, it's pretty damn satisfying to blast through these levels with the fluid animation and great controls. It makes me really want to play Rayman Legends. Speaking of which, guess what just came in the mail? But of course, while this is great and all, it's not to say that I completely left my comfort zone. A few years ago, I finally bit the bullet and got my hands on Super Mario Galaxy. I've since played through the entire campaign and just... wow, what an absolutely beautiful game this is. Don't get me wrong, I still love Galaxy 2, but the greater emphasis Galaxy 1 places on its cinematic tone makes for an unforgettable experience. At this point, I might as well just list off a bunch of my personal highlights. There's WarioWare Smooth Moves, Okami, Mercury Meltdown Revolution, and I did eventually get the North American version of Wii Music. And yep, it's Wii Music alright. And while my Animal Crossing City Folk disc won't read for whatever reason, at least the Wii speaker came with works, so I can harass my friends with voice messages. Overall, I'm quite happy with my Wii collection right now. A culmination of games I loved, always wanted, or never had considered up until recently. And of course, I'm not planning to stop here. I have quite a few games on my wishlist. Games like Rhythm Heaven Fever, Skyward Sword, Donkey Kong Country Returns, The Conduit, Wario Land Shake It, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, Kirby's Epic Yarn, and Return to Dreamland are all just a few examples of games I want to add to this collection at some point in the future. But my Wii collection isn't solely limited to games. In the past year, I've actually taken up collecting Nintendo Power magazines, mainly issues from 2006 onward. It's really cool to own these, and I like to flip through them from time to time. I don't remember if I had any Nintendo Power magazines back in the day, but I think I remember having this one with this Bowser's Inside Story artwork on the front, but I'm not sure. I definitely had a few Mario related ones, I think this one specifically. I think I got it around 2010 or so, and it had a bunch of posters in it, all of which I had hung up in my bedroom at the time. One of these posters had the new Super Mario Bros. Wii art on one side, which I liked more, and this Super Mario Bros. 3 art on the other side, which I remember my brother liking more. And in addition to Nintendo Power, I've also been getting into collecting certain Club Nintendo rewards, starting with this white Wii remote holder. I paid $40 for this. Yes, I know that's an absurd price for something like this, but I fucking needed it. And in the future, I'd love to get some of the other Club Nintendo rewards, like the golden Wii wheel and nunchuck, that Japanese TV remote and a Wii remote shell, maybe one of those Mario Kart trophies. I'm telling you right now, the world is lucky that 6-year-old me didn't know about this. If he did, there'd be nothing left. For now though, this is a good starting point, but my only problem with it is that it's not plasticky enough. Luckily, that's a situation I've since solved with one of my other purchases in the past year. Yep, I got the infamous Wii Zapper, complete in the box with a copy of Link's crossbow training. It's an okay accessory. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a plastic shell, but remember, I got that big box of plastic Wii remote shit along with Wii Sports Resort when I was 6, so I was already kind of privy to this shit. Link's crossbow training is pretty alright too. There's not a whole lot to it. Definitely don't go in expecting the kinds of adventures you normally get in Zelda games, but it's a decently fun go for the high score type game and ah, damn it. I suppose it's time to get into the depressing part of this video. Well, for me at least. Around the end of January last year, my childhood Wii, you know, the one I've had for the past 16 years, started getting these weird disc read errors. It started with Wii Sports Resort. I was playing spin control and right before the ball hit the pins, bam, disc read error. And it would only ever be in that specific circumstance, so it was like, okay, I can't play spin control, but at least I can still play standard and 100 pin. Within a few days, standard and 100 pin were also affected. The problem got worse. And it didn't end with Wii Sports Resort. Wii Play just wasn't starting, period. Hell, most times it wasn't even reading on the Wii menu. And I tried putting my disc in the Wii U to see if it would read there, and yep, it did. That's a bad sign. Eventually, Wii Sports, Wii Party, and Mario Kart Wii started fucking up too, but the strange thing is that for a lot of games like Twilight Princess and Super Paper Mario, they were working perfectly. But regardless, I kinda knew that this problem was only going to get worse as time went on. You're probably hearing all this and thinking, well, why don't you just replace the disk drive? And yeah, I could. I've seen videos going through the process, and it's literally a 10-minute job, no soldering or anything. You just unscrew some shit, take out the old drive, put in a new one, rescrew some shit, and wabam! Good as new. The only thing you really need to be careful with is that there's a ribbon cable connecting the disk drive to the motherboard and you don't want to break that, but that's about it. Thing is though, no matter how simple the procedure may be, I am too fucking scared. I've never opened up a single one of my consoles, and I'm sure as hell not about to make the first one be a system I've had countless childhood memories with. I refuse to risk damaging anything, even if that risk is relatively small. And plus, this Wii has been going strong for 16 years now. I'd say it's earned a rest. So, this is my new Wii. Of course, I'm keeping the old one as a little personal historical piece. I only ever plug it in if I need something specific from it, like, for example, accessing old Wii message board data or Mii's. And yeah, this is the original EDLED Wii we're talking about, so that's another reason to keep it preserved. As for all my other Wii activities, I use this new one. I've transferred most of my save data, a select few Mii's and what have you, and hey, I keep it on the original stand, so I guess you could say it has a little bit of my original Wii's DNA. It's carrying on the legacy. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss the original. You know, there have been times where I'd wonder if it was silly that I was considering this Wii to be one of my most prized possessions and having so many fond memories connected to it. Like, I'm almost embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed to say that I am deeply passionate about this white box. The thing is, though, I genuinely cannot think of where I would be without it. Who would I be today if I had never had the experiences that would influence me the most? And my experiences with the Wii would end up influencing me to become the person I am today. And another thing is that I tend to reminisce on these experiences a lot. Not even just with the Wii, but my whole childhood. No joke, these days I literally use the photo channel to look at tons of old family photos and videos, some going as far back as 2005. I mean, with the Wii kind of being from that same time period, it kind of makes sense, but really I just have fun doing it. I know there are people who kind of look down upon seeing things through the rose-tintedness of nostalgia, which yeah, I do kind of get that. We all view our lives from 10 years ago as being better and easier, which, let's be honest, is mainly because we were all kids then. As of the making of this video, I'm 20 years old, turning 21 later this month, and I try to make it a point to live in the present and to keep looking forward as much as I can, but it is hard not to wish to relive a bygone era from time to time. All the times I'd get a strike in Wii Sports Bowling, or the times I'd watch Wii-related videos on YouTube, the times I'd just make random me's, even just the fact that I couldn't access the Wii's online services were fond memories in and of itself. Just every memory I can recall regarding the Wii are generally very positive. So to bring this very long memory retainer of a video to a close, I'd first like to invite all of you watching to maybe share your own memories with the Wii or just anything you have fond memories of in the comments. I'd love to hear your stories. And second, even though I know damn well they're not watching this, thank you, Nintendo. Everyone there who worked on the Wii, helped bring it to market, developed software for it, thank you. Your work has helped put smiles on the faces of millions. Well, now that I'm done with this video, I can finally relax and just play some Wii Sports. Wait a minute. No, I didn't... What the fuck? Why? It's... What? I mean, like, genuinely, I have no idea what's going on, and... Wait a minute. Oh, you son of a...
Gonna start.
So one of the things I didn't really touch on, you can transfer Mii's to your Wii Remote and they just kind of chill in there. You can move them to other consoles and whatnot, and yeah, it was a pretty cool, not super talked about feature of the Wii nowadays, but I dabbled with it a little bit back in the day. I don't think I truly understood it, like I just put Mii's in there to put Mii's in there. Now I don't know if any of my old Mii's are still in my Wii Remote, but that's what we are going to find out right now. Ooh. Oh, we have one? Okay. Let's see what we got. No. No. No, fuck. Holy shit. So, for a little bit of context, this was one of my classmates from kindergarten, and I have... Holy shit, I don't know what to say. Keep in mind, most if not all of my, all the Mii's I made from, 2008 to 2012 are just gone. Like they were deleted. But no way Kira is the only, she is the sole survivor. That's actually so cool though. I never knew, oh my god. That's awesome. Actually, good lord. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, man.